Would anyone like some pound cake? Would anyone like some pound cake? Pound cake? How people? Pound cake? Pound cake? Pound cake? Cake in my life. Yes. Funny joke. Yeah. Pound cake. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Okay, what's going? Oh, whoops. Hello. Whoops. You weren't supposed to hear that, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This. Don't worry about it. Yes. You didn't hear anything weird. Yeah. Didn't hear anything weird at all. Hello everyone. Welcome. Yeah, you didn't hear anything. Definitely didn't hear anything. How you guys doing? You guys had a good weekend so far? Hope everyone's weekend's gone better than mine because fucking YouTube decided to die yesterday. Halfway through my boat stream with Foxley. Can't believe YouTube went and interrupted my awesome, sexy, totally not lewd boat stream with Foxley. I can't wait to show you guys what Foxley did after our tour got interrupted halfway. Foxley did some amazing stuff. Hopefully you'll actually wait, hang on a second. Foxley? Did you anything about missing next week? No. I might have been dreaming that. Oh. So hello Oxy, hello Pencil, welcome. Pound cake? No, I'm actually curious about something. What actually is pound cake? Let me go and look it up real quick. I'm curious. I've made that joke so many times, but I have no idea what pound cake actually is. It's like some good bloopers before stream began though. Alright, you guys didn't hear anything. Definitely didn't hear anything. Don't worry about it. Let me see, what's pound cake? Basic pound cake? Old-fashioned southern pound cake? Basic pound cake? I'm looking at this chat and kinda looks like butter cake. Is this pound cake? I'm with the sell pound cake. The pound cake recipe. Nice, itchy. Eggs, flour, baking powder, milk, vanilla extract, and butter. Yeah, we call it butter cake around here. This is quite common around here, but we call it butter cake. Sponge cake, you guess? Yeah, apparently it's a kind of sponge cake. But this is what pound cake is. This is what I've been referring to every time I do that silly pound cake voice. I had no idea all this time. Oh my god, how am I yawning? I haven't worked all Actually, wait, no. I worked on video editing and that can be tiring, but not that tiring. Oh, this looks good though. Oh. Oh, that looks really good. Making me hungry for some pound cake. Although we call it butter cake around here. Or just lemon cake, or whatever. Pound cake is absolutely amazing. I wonder if the pound cake you guys have is different from what we have around here, since the name is different. Let's see. This is what we have around here. Butter cake. Old-fashioned butter cake. This is what we call it. It looks very similar to pound cake, doesn't it? I mean, let's see. This is your pound cake, and this is our butter cake. I mean, look at it. It's exactly the same, isn't it? Am I the only one who thinks it's exactly the same? Oh my god, how am I yawning already? I shouldn't be yawning. You're hungry, Panzer? Oh, okay. Take your time. We're just getting started. Same thing is, first let's stick. I don't know if the consistency is different. Maybe it's slightly different. I mean, when we do have butter cakes, we sometimes have these mixtures in it. It's not common to have fruit like lemon added into it, but then you guys also have lemon pound cake, so yeah, possibly it's looking like the consistency is slightly different, like ours is slightly thicker and with a little bit more how do I describe this, a little bit more what's the term I'm looking for? A little bit more my mind is drawing a blank right now. I can't, my brain is slow. Let me drink coffee real quick. I need coffee right now because my brain clearly isn't working. Every drinks, everyone. I'm getting hungry for cake actually, but maybe I should have made some cup noodles before starting. I considered making cup noodles before starting, but I said nah. I wasn't that hungry, but looking at pound cake right now, it's making me hungry. Oh, I still have small biscuits, so if I get really hungry, I'll have some biscuits. I want grab drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking, as long as you're here for the moment. Can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have, chat. Calling in 3, 2, 1. Green pie. Yes, everyone. So good. I love coffee. Especially good coffee. Oh. You got tea? Oh. Tea is good as well. Answer. If you can still hear me, let us know what you're having. Once you get back. Always hydrate. Yes. Speaking of hydrate, let me test something. Is it working? No. The pot is broken again. Why is it broken? I have no clue. I don't know why the pot can't read my chat. So annoying. I know I'm not gonna worry about it. It's the bot on YouTube and I expect it to break. It almost never works. Spicy butter chicken with naan. Oh, that sounds amazing. I've wanted good naan for so long. You know what naan is, Oxy? Before we go into the game, you know what naan is? You chose violence today. Eh? Violence? Violence how? No? Oh, let me show you. This is naan. It's kind of like a flatbread of sorts, cooked on a flat skillet. It's an Indian dish, and Answer is having it with spicy butter chicken. And with butter chicken, there we go. That's naan with butter chicken. Oh, this is really fancy. Normally it's served in a normal restaurant. Let me look for a picture of a mama place because yeah, this is more like it. This is how it normally look served in a mama. Oh, you're making me hungry for mama now. Oh, that looks good. Grilled flatbread, kinda. There are multiple different types of grilled flatbread. There's naan, there's roti canai, which is another form of grilled flatbread of sorts. It's a lot thinner and naan. We have all of these food in a mama restaurant. A place like this. This is our equivalent of fast food around here. Our local equivalent. Lots of tables. Very packed. TV. Whenever there's football, soccer matches, the TV will be playing soccer, and this entire thing will be a mama restaurant. And yeah, this is quintessential mama restaurant. Tables inside, tables on the roadside, projector TV with speakers at the side. A food court. They do have a little bit of a food court vibe, but it's a single place, singular restaurant. Also, hello, Lucky. Oh, you're making me hungry. Yeah, no, sis, the time and have yet to eat today. I'll get something to eat. I'll be be here for a while more. Go get yourself some food, Lucky. Assuming it's... Wait. Oh, it's past lunchtime. Do you have lunch? Before the corona, this sorts of places used to be a sort of like a gathering spot for the nightlife around here. Mama restaurants would open until like 1 to 2 a.m. in the morning. They would serve people really late into the night, whether it's people just hanging out after work, getting some midnight food to unwind, or college students, or just friends chilling. Is where we will all go to at night if we wanted food. Looks like a fun place to go. It's a really nice place. I miss it, but sadly the corona kinda killed most mama stores. It's starting to come back now because the restrictions have been lifted for the most part. I think it's gonna be a while before they can come back and return to their glory. Hopefully, I hope that they do come back though. Thinking a double cheeseburger. Ooh, my favorite kind of burger. I love burgers. Specifically double cheeseburger. My favorite kind of burger. Gotta find one while you're there.
Oh, you can find plenty of mama stores while you're here. The question is whether it's a good one.
There are lots of bad ones. Bad mama stores.
Or mediocre mama stores. You have to find a really good one that serves good roti and good naan. Good naan is really hard to find. Also good Maggi goreng.
If you
want to have good mama food, you need to try Maggi goreng.
There we go. You have to find a
good Maggi goreng place. Ah, this is one of the good ones.
This looks good. It looks
spicy, lots of curry powder in it.
This is what you're looking for in a Maggi goreng.
Anything that looks brown and reddish.
That is not Maggi goreng, that's
Indomie. If it's more like this, that's bad Maggi goreng, because you can't even see the soy sauce and the curry.
That's not good either.
That's not good either. That's really bad. There's no curry powder in it at all. There's just some chili flakes in it. That's awful.
This is okay. I can tell how good it is just by looking at it.
This is actually not bad, even though it's served in a very cheap looking polystyrene thing. This doesn't look too bad.
That
theoretically could be good, but it looks a bit too greasy. Good Maggi goreng can't be too greasy.
This is still the best one.
This has a lot of chili powder.
That's good, but sadly
not much of other ingredients like tofu or anything. You could order egg, and you could ask for egg or fried chicken though. Those are common side dishes to Maggi goreng. Maggi goreng is literally fried Maggi, and Maggi is our local instant noodle. Oh god, do you guys hear that?
I don't know if you guys heard that. This is Maggi.
Our local
instant noodle. Very cheap.
Not nearly as good as Nissin.
But it's good. Cheap. Very cheap instant noodle.
You heard the thunder? Yeah, it suddenly started pouring.
Is it going to have thunder and lightning now and force me to stop stream again?
Seriously?
Seriously? Why is the universe conspiring to stop me from streaming?
That was... I looked at the forecast and it just said
Cloudy. It didn't say fucking thunderstorms. What the fuck? Why? Oh. Why?
God damn it. Okay, you know what, Chet?
You know what? Seeing as the rain has started, we might not have much time together today, so let's go, Chet, let's go. Let's get into the game, shall we?
We need to put on our manager pants
And get into the game.
before the thunder and lightning forces me.
Off of the game. So, yeah. Actually really enjoying this game. TEAMFIGHT Manager.
It allows me to experience my esports
Dream. My child esports dream.
without relying on fucking randos.
I actually played Gundam Evil a bit on myself today.
And I started raging.
So hard. Because
Can I please play if it can please
search anyway.
I'm going to search for
Some
wait, hang on. Yeah, I played some Gun Evil and I felt my rage.
starting to build. Dealing with shitty randos. It was so fucking annoying.
Okay, let's run some recruitment. Recruit a rising star.
Let's go for 2 rising stars.
The drizzling of that little
Just a little bit. Can't believe summer ended about 2 days ago. Oh, amazing. That means it's time for winter soon.
and be nice and cool again.
And we can finally go back to sweater
Excuse me, prepping.
weather.
We need to improve the facility as well.
Although weekly activity.
Now what's the schedule like?
We have a couple of exhibition matches for
The finals go on and then it goes into next year.
I wonder if we're gonna be able to earn enough money to
Improve the facility.
I'll try to see if we can improve facility. Makia, achieve no death game, please. Lend me lots of monies. Thank you, Makia.
And next up, wait, hang on. I actually kind of did something off stream for this game.
I looked up
The numbers, what do they mean?
Let me see.
Because it's actually important to know what the numbers mean.
Guides. The numbers, what do they mean?
One thing I need to know is champion.
Plus.
What does the
Champion level do?
That's that's something I need to know about.
Champion level.
Attack, what it does.
Defense, what it does.
Champion defense attack buffs.
Okay. So it's just a.
Lower than. Okay.
I think I understand now. Oh, there's Mel walking around double cheeked up. Oh.
Who's me? Oh, you.
Oh, you. Yeah, you're here, my Jackal.
You are currently our wizard, although unfortunately we might have to bench you and
I eventually because
you've peaked.
so it's Numi, you peaked.
Markia is really expensive to keep. Cargo we're trying to train up.
Foxy is also peaked, so Foxy is eventually getting fired.
We are recruiting your replacements right now.
So I'm sorry guys, but yeah. $72. Even though I'm technically recruiting a replacement, why check out? Girl stream.
Entertain your audience and get us monies,
Please. Thank you.
Now let's move on. Proceed with schedule.
Yeesh.
Considering how much you get from training the main stats, I feel like training main stats in general is just more important than
Training. Character level. Feels that way, doesn't it? Let me check the guide again.
attack defense.
Interesting. Okay, I think I understand now. You say you can change, just give it some time.
Sadly, you're too old.
Now, why? You are?
You will serve the team for a while more, but eventually you're gonna get fired.
I'm sorry, White Jackal, but that's life, you know.
Eye patch.
Garbage. I would keep you around if I could, but I can't.
Let's proceed with the match.
Shall we? Thank you for the music, but I think we need different music right now.
Let me hop over to...
Okay, let me know if the music is too high or too low. Let's go.
This is a
Fighting horrible horses.
last ranked team in this exhibition match.
Let's see. Oh,
They banned Priestess.
interesting. And Ghost.
They're banning Fighter.
Oh. Husband. Ninja.
Hang on, music seems a bit too loud.
Okay. Thomas Terafenicia. Wish you could bet during this law. That'll be fun, wouldn't it?
If you could bet during this,
Sadly, you can't.
unfortunately. Okay, you know what? Let's have some fun.
There's a
One-off match. Let's
do something silly. Magic Knight.
Since we're fighting the last ranked team,
We can afford to be a little bit weird with our comp. Let's get Shrine Maiden
we're going Monk, huh?
and Berserker, okay? You know who we're going for.
Let's see, Magic Knight.
Mage, okay. Right?
You're our Shadow Mage.
Your job is to revive everyone as much as possible. Go. Oh. Oh. Oh god. Oh.
Oh,
So far we're 5-0. Can we completely destroy them? Oh. Oh,
oh wait, they ult.
they ulted. Go guys, go. Oh shit. Oh,
Oh. There goes our perfect game.
oh. Nice fight. You're reviving us. And Kaku's doing all the AoE.
Good job, guys.
And with that, the prize money is ours.
This is a quick game because technically our season is over. We're just participating in exhibition and show matches while
We
World Championship is going on. So we're kind of putting on a show for the audience in a special rules exhibition match.
at a halftime show. And we're here to entertain people while the Champion League goes on.
But that's fine though. Eventually we'll reach the Champion League. For now, we're still getting there. And
Wondering if I should swap to attack speed.
Warrior Champion Mastery.
I do have a lot of warriors though.
I already have attack speed here.
If I could get something that could give me cooldown reduction, that'd be nice. But sadly,
Nothing.
nothing that gives me good cooldown reduction. Oh,
So why this game exactly? It's almost like an auto battler, but there is a management.
side to it. That's the best way I can describe it.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to improve the facility.
I'm going to
Add training points. We need to upgrade.
our training facilities.
I know I'm risking it by spending money I don't have yet, but it's fine, chat.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm managing an esports team. We have our players. We have the milk pussies fighting Team Lazy Lighthouses right now in this exhibition match.
Veteran Makia, along with technically, unfortunately, peaked White Jackal and Numi, along with Rising Star Kagu.
Versus Wei Xiao, Amars, Karza, Santos.
You know what, chat?
Oxley has also peaked.
So she's getting benched.
So, how about we give Foxley one last hurrah?
She's getting benched and eventually getting fired.
We'll give Foxley one last hurrah. And all these exhibition matches.
Let's see. Let's give it a Ghost.
The Brand Illusionist.
Against these guys, they're a fairly competent team. Let's get rid of Shadowmancer. We don't want to mess with Shadowmancer.
And this match.
Got rid of Berserker.
I'll start with Shrine Maiden.
The linchpin of our
Comp.
going for Shield Bearer.
Let's go for Knight.
Went for Magic Knight.
Okay, in that case, we'll get Fighter and Pyromancer playing standard.
And she's getting benched and fired just like me in the basketball team.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this game is very,
It's very harsh when people reach their peak.
it's in a way, it's real.
When people reach their peak, it just stops you from improving.
Anymore.
Right.
Oxley on Knight.
White Jackal on Pyromancer, Yumi on Shrine Maiden, and Kagu on.
Fighter. Let's go.
Oh, nice. Oh, Numi. Oh, shit.
It's getting countered. Oh, nice. Why?
Finally, your ulti wasn't garbage.
Hold on, Numi.
Oh,
Let me get back. Okay. Okay, good, good.
good, we're winning. Oh, shit.
Oh shit, Kaku's going in. Kaku! Kaku!
Kagu!
Kaku!
Oh, god.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Kagu managed to kill his target.
Kaku is such a loose cannon, I swear.
Oh, shit.
Kaku's going for the healer again.
And we win.
More prize money first.
Perfect. Now we have enough to
Uh,
pay our renewal fees.
yes.
Let me check the recruitment. Oh, god damn it.
I have no stats.
We need to hire some.
I'm having a problem right now.
We don't have enough. Enough money to run.
All those recruitments.
Your way to the sacrifice, try back. Come out of your way. Makia can't grow at all, but she's
got really high base stats,
Is this music okay? It's game music.
so I should be fine. Don't worry, it's game music.
Let's see. Do we run the recruitment again?
Try. Just run it. I'm worried they're eventually going to have problems paying people. Musical mermaids.
Okay, this is gonna be even harder. You're the third ranked team in our division.
Oxy, go. This is your last hurrah. Let's get it goes.
And Magic Knight. Let's give it a Shadowmancer.
I want to deal with that nonsense.
Shield Bearer.
Interesting. Is Shrine Maiden?
First pick Sniper. And Barrier Mage.
Oh, that's a very interesting pick. Let's go Knight.
Illusionist. This is a very weird comp you're running. Barrier Mage, Illusionist, Sniper.
I don't know how to feel about this.
These are all backliners, so
You know what? We're going to run
an alternate comp.
and Berserker's the only tank. Okay, yeah.
Okay, with this alternate comp will be better for us.
Why, Jekyll, you're going to swap over to healing role?
And Numi is gonna be a marksman. Numi is going to do single target damage.
We need single target damage for this because of their backline comp.
Let's go. And Kagu.
We'll probably go crazy.
Okay, nice.
Oh, Kagu is diving.
The exhibition match that we're playing has special mutations.
That doubles our movement speed, so normally we can't get to the back line this quickly, but
Oh, we just got nuked.
normally we can't get back to the back line so quickly, but
The mutation is
causing havoc.
shit. This is really close.
This is super close. Oh, okay, we're
Starting to win now.
okay, phew. We got it. reduce cooldown by 2.
I really don't want to wear that though.
Or do I?
2% cooldown reduction.
Do I want to run cooldown reduction in place of attack plus 4?
You know what, we're already getting attack and defense from a bunch of other equipment, so you know what, let's try to run cooldown reduction here.
Yeah, it works out. Let's go. Last match
Before
Oxley retires.
and possibly Numi and White Jackal.
Fancy Foxes. Oh, it's another team that's getting relegated. Right, let's go.
Just say hi to the chat.
Bye. Yes, I. Okay. Oh. Let's get rid of ghosts. Against this team,
We're gonna run the Shadowmancer builds.
so let us
Ban.
ninja.
We want to get rid of backline divers.
Don't mind the thunder and lightning you guys are probably hearing.
Okay, they went for...
Shrine Maiden and Knight.
That's a slight problem. We need to grab Priestess.
They have very, very low damage right now. That's gonna be a problem. Hopefully, Magic Knight will be able to do the damage.
Alright, let's see.
This
I might regret this.
fuck. Oh, time to go.
Oh god.
It's fine. Fine. We'll come back.
Nice.
Good healing. Good healing. Go. Go, 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 go. Kaga's diving the back line.
Oh shit, this is close.
Oh shit, this is close. Oh, this is so close. Sound to the wire. Okay. Oh. It was a little hairy in the middle of that, but we pulled it out.
Ah, phew.
That was close.
If we can't find a replacement for White and Numi, they might...
Stay for longer. It all comes down to our
scouting.
final match against our Nemesis team.
Reading suit, please.
Not reading suit on YouTube.
Actually, no, not breeding. Wait, YouTube does allow breeding suit.
Or at least what you call the breeding suit. But right now we're doing Vista stream, so yeah. No, beating Sid during Dust stream.
So does the game ever get patched?
Yes, they do actually do.
Um,
There is patches,
there are patches in this game. They introduce new champions,
and
like for example, Berserker used to be a very powerful champion, but he got nerfed into the fucking ground.
his defense got cut to nothing.
Swordsman was also a really powerful character, but he too got nerfed into the ground.
So yeah, this game does have patches. When I eventually play New Game Plus,
I'm going to implement slightly different modifiers to the rules, but yes.
you eating soup?
So,
Who's eating soup?
beating Boo?
What?
Eating Boo? What are you guys talking about? Okay, since this is our nemesis, we need to bring our A game.
We actually need to be serious about this.
There's a chance we might lose this match. Reis is a real player.
Like a real life pro player. Okay, let's get rid of Ghost.
Got rid of Berserker. Get rid of Shadowmancer.
I want to deal with that nonsense.
You banned Sniper, okay. We'll try to run Standard. They went for Priestess and Shield Bearer, okay. Still don't know what type of build they're going for. Let's go for Knight first.
Magic Knight.
They might be building a Brawler comp.
If they're building a Polycom, then we want Fighter and Pyromancer.
Ideally we actually want Magic Knight instead of Fighter, but they took it.
It is a Brawler comp.
A Brawler comp with a...
2 heals. But I'm fairly certain we can beat them because Pyromancer hard counters Brawler comps.
And Kagu will likely eventually start diving.
The healer,
Oh really?
Really, Kagu? You altered a single target?
Or at least White Jackal made sure to hit multiples.
Oh my god. Kagu is just diving the healer non-stop. Oh, double healer.
Oh no.
Shit. Okay, get up there.
No, Vakia, you taunted the Magic Knight into...
Healing the backline. It's fine. We got him. Good job, guys.
Let's see, who did we get? Hidden Potential.
This is stat by 10
Increases all stats by 1 every 2 seconds.
in the match.
Meaning he starts out shit.
But after
2 times. After the first 10 seconds,
it starts improving. Could be good as a caster, to be honest.
okay, we'll wait until
We return to
recruitment period.
Magia, what happened? Why do you fail to earn money? Why?
Oh, it's up to you now.
Oh, shake your booty. Okay, at least Whitechapel succeeded.
I might not. I might not replace Numi, to be honest.
Because Numi might be sufficient as a healer.
But we might replace Whitechapel.
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do.
We're gonna bench Whitechapel,
And Foxley,
recruit.
Illusion as our new mage.
Yeah, I think that's all. And then
We will change
yeah, perfect. Okay,
what was I thinking?
no, not thinking of anything.
Not gonna bother.
Right, let's go. Time to attend the award ceremony.
I'll attend it. Yeah, though we're not involved in it.
Excuse me.
Welcome back, esports fans! Now let us begin the award ceremony of the World Championship Season 2023. I hope you all enjoyed the exhibition matches. First we have the Champion Team Award. The World Championship Champion Team is the Strong Shrimps. Congratulations for the 3rd year in a row! Oh my god, you guys are amazing! Prize money worth blah 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 blah. Don't care about that. Next we have the Runner-Up Team Award. The World Championship Runner-Up Team is Slim Stingrays. Congratulations! You really gave the whatever the fuck the other team is a run for their money, didn't you? But oh well, too bad. Here's your Loser Award. Now we have Most Kills Award. The player who got the most kills during this championship season is Slim Stingrays Team Player General. Prize money worth 2,000 gold will be awarded. That's a lot of kills. Next we have the Most Assists Award. Remember to fillet your assists, gentlemen, because the Strong Shrimps Team Player Yagal Yagal? Really? Is the Most Assist Award. Can I just call you Yaku? Prize money worth 2,000 will be awarded. And that draws the award ceremony of the World Championship Season 2023 to a close. See you all next season, ladies and germs. Goodbye all.
Ah. Weekly activity. Back here.
Give me money.
And money, please. Thank you, Makia.
You didn't fucking fail this time.
White, your turn.
It is the money. You failed.
White, you failed. You know what happens to people who fail to get us the money? Right? You know what happens? If you're gonna get around in the sodomy room. Make sure it doesn't happen again.
Why Jackal's complaining about fatigue from streaming?
Because I focus on training rather than streaming.
Vampire and Exorcist.
Ooh.
Oh, okay, okay.
So, patch notes?
Clown has been buffed. HP increased. Pyromancer has been buffed, really. Pyromancer is...
So strong.
Sniper got buffed back up to increase attack speed.
Okay.
Archer got nerfed.
On a cooldown.
Okay, this isn't the worst cooldown for Berserker got nerfed even more. Oh my god. Are they ever going to stop nerfing Berserker?
He's already garbage tier.
He's a melee brawler who is squishy as fuck and you nerf his fucking HP even more.
Bloody hell.
Shadowmancer got... Oh shit, they're nerfing Shadowmancer. This is...
There's a major detriment to Shadowmancer.
Because her entire kit is built around her active, and yet the fact that they nerf her active is a huge... Yeah, that's a huge nerf to Shadowmancer.
Oh.
Right, we're renewing.
Magia? Yumi? Kaku?
I guess we can renew White Jackal just in case, you know. We might need backup mage, but
they're releasing Foxley. Sorry, Foxley. Goodbye. You've been an amazing tank, but
we need
to release you.
let's see, recruitment.
Now we are bringing in...
We are bringing in Illusion.
Right?
Yes.
Right.
Not oops.
Is it not player recruitment period yet?
Wait, well. When does the recruitment period start?
Oh, it's still considered in a season.
Alright, that's fine. Next week we'll be able to recruit.
Are you after?
You know what? We're going to delete this and try to
See if it is search for another rising star.
weekly activity.
You mean, okay, White Jackal, since you wanted to stream, you can fuck off
And twiddle your thumbs.
and jerk off.
Okay, let's go.
Into the next year.
And freely recruit.
Yips. Alright, recruitment.
Nice, I was really worried that your age would progress.
I did. Okay.
Recruit this player, yes.
Search for another player.
Do training, shall we?
I need you to get a new
mage. We're gonna become a
mage player, but we're also going to see what these are.
specialized assassin. Lifesteal ability, enabling it to disperse damage and create disturbances in the rear. By the coffin, you should create regions where the coffin can be well protected because it can become powerless if the coffin becomes exposed. Installs a coffin. When HP is low, escaping to the coffin restores HP. But the champion dies if the coffin is destroyed. It's an enemy. Inflicting a permanent bleeding effect after the 13th.
I don't know how to feel about this. This is
an assassin. We don't really run assassins.
what's the exorcist?
Champion ability to negate opponent's crowd control skills, has decent tanking abilities.
Really?
Another tanking support. Active against champions. A mage and it negates one crowd control affecting allies. Deals damage at random. The damage is proportional to the number of times the skill was used.
I mean, the number of times this skill was used?
I don't know how to feel about this.
Hmm.
A frontline support tank. He doesn't really have.
Oh.
What? Negate one crowd control effect in allies. The cooldown for this is insane though.
Hmm. It's the same amount of damage
As Knight, Shield Bearer, Monk, and those types of classes.
but it doesn't have. Hmm.
Oh, his tank is pretty high to be honest.
Hmm.
Decisions.
Well, I want to run this.
In any comp.
Hmm. Hmm.
I'm not sure.
Currently, Knight is still the better tank.
And Fighter is still just a general all-round good diver. I don't think there's a space for him in our comp, sadly.
Which is unfortunate. Oh god, where are you hiding that? Oh, you're just blind. Oh, you mean this? Yes, I've been here all this time. Do you not notice? This is your punishment if you fail in. Well, better not fail the team, guys. Otherwise, you get the sodomy. Mm-hmm.
Let's see, special training. Any special training we want to do? Nothing in particular right now, to be honest.
Our loadouts are pretty good.
I don't think we want to train into the assassin because... I mean, to be honest, we could train away from Berserker because Berserker is garbage tier.
Hmm.
Nah.
You typically don't run Berserker, so... Okay, go stream. Thank you, Makia.
Illusion. I want to spend special training on illusion. The attack is pretty low.
Let's strengthen his attack.
Right. By the way, we need to rename illusion.
Illusion will be...
I know exactly who illusion is gonna be.
this. Chat, say hi to Sakito. Adorable Sakito. Oh, was kind enough to pose for the picture.
Let's go. Pyromancer.
Okay, very good. Very, very good.
Pyromancer is a very important character, so we want to get your
Mess up as much as possible.
But we also still want you to gain more
Another mage. Makia. Oh. Good job, Makia.
Special training for Sakito.
We are going to level up your Pyromancer mastery. Oh, nice. Good job. Good job, Sakito.
Right. Alright, let's go to the... Wait, I forgot to craft.
Remember to craft every week.
Sakito got Ice Mage next. Ice Mage is garbage.
So, let's see champion stats.
Keeping enemy in check.
Heals and freezes enemies. I think we're going to
I think we're going to...
retrain the Ice Mage.
You won.
Where's this attacking?
The enemy ally attacked most recently. I don't know if that's good, to be honest.
No, I'm not gonna get that.
That seems like it might be a more trouble than it's worth. Let's check the schedule.
Yes.
I have time to recruit more.
Let's do
One more round of recruitment.
search. Meaning. Makia, get monies. Good job, Makia.
Alright. Special training for...
Sakito.
You are changing this for a different mage. Since the Ice Mage has...
Zero.
Okay, good. Shadowmancer.
Perfect. Da, 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 da. Recruitment.
Ordinary. We don't really want a player with no traits.
So fuck off.
Do we have enough time for another?
1, 2, 3.
Yes, we have one more.
Time for one more. And that's the last one we can get. I know where. Fuck off.
Right.
Sun weekly activity. Makia keeps streaming. And that's money, please. Thank you, Makia.
Alright, now special training for...
Akito.
We need to strengthen your Pyromancer. Oh, wait, no.
Don't change mastery. Increase mastery. There we go. Major success. Good job.
And... right.
you see why, check out, this is how little EXP you get.
This is why we need to bench and replace you.
I know it sucks, but it's just the way it is.
Alright, let's see. We need to figure out who to sign sponsorship deals with.
Achieve at least
9 wins in the regular season.
previous season 16 wins.
Rank 4. Shield Bearer, Shadowmancer, Magic Knight. "39 times.
The chief. Those stats and lower. I've had a losing streak of at least 2. Balance piano.
Win 2-0.
Achieve at least 15 wins.
It's very...
Close.
If a win streak of at least 6.
Let me check something real quick.
The team might be... Shit, we can't check on the enemy teams because...
Wait, can I? I can, okay.
Okay, yeah, so every team is...
Stats says it's much higher than ours.
We probably want to be more conservative with our...
Sponsorship deals then.
We'll take a sponsorship from Feshavo.
And Weekend Circus. There we go, we'll sign them.
Okay, we got our sponsorship deals.
Garbage. We eventually want to get both of these.
And we'll move on to the next. Actually, we're not gonna get this anytime soon, so we should upgrade the house.
Let's upgrade the house. Equipment cost, sponsor slot.
Crafting slots, that would be good to get actually. Recruit stars, that would be good to get as well.
Oh wow. Even though technically we can have 2 gaming rooms
We can only fill one team.
at all times, that's unfortunate. The food looks so good. No stream Makia. Good job Makia. Special training, Sakito.
Increase Pyromancer and Mastery.
Alright. Proceed.
Okay, we're going to...
Start fighting very soon.
Can I recruit new players until... Yep.
We have 1 more chance.
Anticlimactic. Increases all stats. No, this is
Garbage.
attacking the enemy that survives the longest time.
Ew.
Ew, these...
These stats are garbage. Shit.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Your bonuses are garbage.
Uh,
Especially since this is supposed to be a healer.
fuck, we can't take you. Fuck off.
You're garbage.
Garbage. Right.
Yeah, we can't do anything else anymore.
Alright, so final round of dreaming.
Makia.
Makia, your turn in the sodomy room, Makia. I'm sorry, but
You know the rules.
if we fail us, you go into sodomy room. Meanwhile, Sakito's still training. Hee.
Okay, chat.
We're about to head into the actual games.
Let's go. Okay, time to start completing.
Sakito's complaining.
Or fatigue from excessive training.
You'll be fine, Sakito. Let us
Go. Then use a victory.
shit. This is actually really good.
Fuck, okay, we
We want this character.
we'll get that character next equipment period.
I already have this equipment.
Acquire 100. You'll acquire 10 gold.
Oh,
That's fine.
right.
Think we're as ready as we'll ever be.
Can we do anything else? Here?
Right. Let's go, chat.
First match of.
Pro League Division 1.
Let's go.
Oh,
Well, we have a really nice van now.
let's go, chat.
Time to take out drugs.
Everyone grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you have the one.
Can be coffee, tea, beer, water, anything else.
As long as you hear chat. Going in 3.
2, 1, drink by. Cheers.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's what he meant. Sakito's mood is
Crazy bad right now.
fuck. Okay,
Sakito, if you're really feeling that bad, we're not gonna debut you right now. We're going to.
keep boy check on. We can't really take the chance with this team.
They banned Berserker. Really? You banned the guy that's been nerfed into the ground?
Okay. And goes.
They banned Shrine Maiden. Ugh.
Give it a shot, Mansa.
Don't take Priestess.
We'll take Priestess.
We took Vampire.
Okay, we'll take Priestess. And Knight.
Let us take.
Magic Knight. Rondo with
You're building a dive comp.
and it
A diving assassin comp.
really. It's the first time I've experienced this. Okay,
We need AoE.
definitely need AoE. We have a lot of AoE, which is good, but
God, the stats are so high.
and yeah,
You have multiple divers.
fuck. Numi, good luck. The enemy team is going to be charging you non-stop.
Oh god.
Oh god, they burst down Numi.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Oh god.
That's not good.
God. God.
Get
damage is so high. Fuck. Numi. Good luck, Numi. Survive. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, their damage is so high. Fuck. 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 God. Yeah, we're getting our asses kicked. Fuck. This is not good. Can make up for the loss. I like your confidence, Kago.
We're getting our asses kicked right now though.
I don't know if we can come back from this.
This is the Pro League Division 1.
This is insane. How tough they are.
We've...
Here it goes.
Band Clown?
And Shadowmancer.
Band Swordsman.
I don't know what they're doing, but I'm getting Shrine Maiden.
They're changing the comp.
Wait,
Are they changing the comp or are they not?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether or not they're changing the comp. Right. What are they doing?
Oh. Maybe we should run Archer.
Instead of Pyromancer. Oh,
No, I have an idea.
Fighter and Illusionist.
Let's try this.
Let's try to see if we can trick the enemy into attacking themselves.
Okay, yeah, they completely checked their comp. I'm not sure if
Our
Loda will be able to deal with this. Fuck. Time to go.
good luck, guys. Okay,
There's a little bit more.
balance. A bit more balance, okay.
Oh god.
This is nerve-wracking.
Still the oh god damn it!
Cargo!
Oh god.
Oh, fucking hell. Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
No! God damn it, we lost.
Fuck.
We still get money for
Just for participating in a league, but
we lost.
fuck.
That was a we got
Slaughtered shit.
it's garbage. We need to
Move, guys, come on.
Sakito, have you improved yet?
Okay. Sagito, you're coming back, that's good.
Ugh. Let's add a crafting slot.
Not at least. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We tend to lose the first match of the
A season because we're still learning the meta. Well, I think we learned that vampire is
possible to deal with.
Rage.
God. Oh my god.
Upon using a basic attack, takes a healing reduction effect.
Oh god.
Oh god,
They have such good stats. Fuck.
yeah.
Uh.
We might be in trouble, chat.
Um.
Oh, but yeah,
Yeah.
your mood is low though.
Okay, we might
We might be able to handle this.
give it a vampire. Because swordsman.
And
Channel.
ninja. And illusionist.
Okay. Try million.
Fuck, we're fighting Mithy.
Mitty is a real player.
Let's see.
Knight.
He took Pyromancer.
Shit.
Do we want to take Shadowmancer?
Or do you want to...
Have Numi be an archer and then swap over to...
Yeah, Nemi, you'll be archer. Kago, fighter.
Okay, go.
Good luck. Good luck. Please. Okay.
Oh my god.
Kago, you just wasted your ult. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Fuck.
Fuck, we're getting our asses
Just kicked. Fuck. Fuck.
God damn it.
The opponent was...
Insanely good, yeah. We might be out of our league here.
Right.
Why?
Hito, you're coming in.
We're getting destroyed.
The opponent might have
Outscale this.
too far and
We might need to fight in the bottom of the league.
for a bit until we can
We can get up, pull ourselves up in the...
standings. A vampire.
I got rid of Knight. We have Shadowmancer. Oh, fuck, they might be running a dive comp.
Try maiden. Let's go fight the let's see what you're gonna do.
Sniper.
Oh. Oh.
Okay.
Ah.
If you're running sniper. Shit, I don't have illusionist.
Illusionist would be perfect to counter sniper.
Right, let's get pyromancer. Berserker's been nerfed into the ground, but
Try Berserker. Well,
good luck, guys.
oh god damn it! Sakito! That all was wasted! Ah. Fuck. 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 We're just being picked off.
Fuck. God damn it.
God. Why is this? Looks fun.
It's
TEAMFIGHT MANAGER.
you're healing me, although we're getting our asses kicked right now.
We just went up to
Pro League Division 1 and well, we're not good enough to fight here. We're losing.
you're high fighters, you're high players.
Bunch of players.
We can hire.
We've already benched and retired a bunch because
They peaked and couldn't function anymore.
who's that?
Right. What should do it?
We might be in the bottom of the standings. Unfortunately, I can't hire any more right now because
This is the
outside recruitment period.
also a Gundam Evil game.
Rage inducing.
I
I don't want to think about it.
need
I need
our pro esports team to get back together.
oh my god.
These guys are insane. Fuck,
We can't deal with ninja at all, so
fuck Ninja.
we got to access this.
Give of Ghosts. The biggest problem
We have right now is the fact that
um,
they are diving our back lines.
so we need to try to remove all of the sources of backline dive.
Maybe I need to give Sakito a marksman.
We can use.
Going vampire and monk. Pyromancer is and
All illusionists
illusionist might be able to
to keep these assassins off the back line.
Shit.
Knight. And
And
fighter.
Numi.
These assassins are gonna be diving you. Good luck.
Hopefully you can.
Survive with the help of the illusionist and knight.
And fighter. We were probably going to die. Technically you peaked already and I need to find a
Placement for you, but sadly,
yeah, I couldn't find anyone to.
place you properly.
Oh, wait, are we? Could we win?
Can we win? Hang on, are we winning?
Are we winning? Oh shit!
Well,
Everyone's dying due to their all.
okay, we're back. Stabilize.
Oh,
Kagu's going for the fucking
vampire. Okay,
good job, Kagu. Vampire dead.
oh god.
Uh,
Oh yay!
finally, we won. We won our first match of the season. Good job, guys.
You're dead.
It's fine.
Easy peasy.
What is this?
This is not easy peasy.
Good confidence, guys. Good confidence.
I was really scared.
Oh, time for us to go in. Go back in.
We banned ghosts. Let me give it a ninja.
What are you gonna do now?
We banned knight.
Interesting.
Are they intending to run a dive comp again? If they are, let me ban vampire.
Let's see.
No, they're running something else. Start out with Shrine Maiden and
Fighter. What are you gonna do now?
he took Pyromancer. Shit.
Oh.
Let's try Illusionist. Monk, Clown, Pyromancer.
Interesting.
Alright, we'll run Magic Knight Fighter. See,
Aki's gonna be Magic Knight. Kagu, the diver's gonna be.
Fighter as usual.
Hopefully, Sakito's illusionist can keep,
Some of the heat off of Numi.
because
Makia's not gonna be able to do it.
So can you go complete corporate core and
Make a lot of money by being sponsored by everyone? Not exactly. At least not in the way that you think. This game version of Corporate Whore is
to
higher and fire players,
base purely off of,
you know, the stats, which technically I am doing, but I'm trying
to, you know, keep players around a little bit.
Apparently I can't afford it.
Wow. Oh, Kagu's going ham.
I have a feeling Cargo is carrying us
Do this
that, and they fucked up their tank pick.
because their tank is diving the back line. Oh,
First win of the season.
good job, guys. Good job.
Yeah, we can take sponsors, but our sponsors require us to perform
Uh,
specific
uh,
stuff in order to you know, be awarded the
sponsorship stuff. So yeah, that's why.
being a corporate whore doesn't really work.
In this game, the way you're implying. Hang on a second.
I need to do something real quick.
I need to something up on my site. 3, 4.
There we go.
Craft new shit. There we go.
I need to just say hi to that.
There we go.
Check on Sakito's training.
Trying to rush Sakito's.
Pyromancer. Which would be important, to be honest.
I want to cover yourself in sponsorships, I guess.
Nah,
Sadly, no.
it's limited by,
Max 3 slots.
and right now we only have the ability to do 2 slots.
Alright, let's go.
Next match.
Big win, rolled.
We barely won that.
To be honest, I was really worried. But it was a big win. We finally got a win on the board.
After losing twice. But now we're fighting the second ranked team, which
It might get rolled again.
the stats are low.
But,
The champion stats are really high.
fuck.
Oh god.
Fuck.
We're gonna be relying on
Cargo to carry the team again.
CIFS ban.
Let's get rid of Ninja. See where they go.
They banned Knight. They might be going for a dive comp.
If they are, then
We'll make sure they can't dive.
take Shrine Maiden.
Fighter and Exorcist.
Oh, this is gonna be the first time I see Exorcist. Magic Knight.
He took Berserker. Okay, they're not going for diving comp, they're going for something else. Let's get
Pyromancer and
swordsman. They have an illusionist, and the illusionist is going to clear the debuff from the swordsman, but there's nothing else we can put
on Kaku. Good luck, Kaku. I have no idea how this team is going to work.
This might be...
Shit. Fingers crossed, chat.
Swordsman is another character who got nerfed into the ground. Okay, we got really good AoE.
AoE is winning out. Okay, that was a big kill.
Oh shit, they altered. Yeah, I hate that fucking berserker.
Get back out there. Hurry. Okay, we're doing very well.
We're doing very well, in fact.
Nice.
We probably got a calm victory here.
I think because
The team comp is really weird.
they went for Exorcist, which is... Yeah, in a way he hard counters Swordsman, but
Swordsman doesn't just apply the debuff, Swordsman also does a lot of damage.
It's actually a bit more easier than expected.
Next, let's go.
Easy.
I'm very nervous.
We're punching above our weight class right now.
His stats are like double ours.
Except for Makia. Makia is the only one
Whose stats is as high as this, and that's because Makia
is a
veteran
that we
hired specifically to, you know.
minus.
Give it a ninja. We really cannot deal with ninja.
Give it ghosts.
They went Pyromancer first. If they went Pyromancer, we want to spread out.
As much as possible. Let's take fighter first.
Because we'll probably need Kagu to dive the backline. Shit, they went Vampire. Vampire is going to be a...
Massive pain.
I could try to run Exorcist.
Clear the debuff.
I don't know how well this is gonna go. Let's try.
Let's try to run Exorcist.
And Illusionist.
Okay, they have
The build is a lot of damage.
almost entirely damage. Good luck, Numi. You're gonna have a lot of people aiming for you.
Oh my god.
The fireworks is going to destroy us.
Oh my god.
Numi! Fuck. I can't tell who's winning. Shit's crazy.
I think we're winning.
Possibly?
Uh. We might be winning.
Fuck! Fuck!
Oh god, the AoE is too strong.
Okay,
We need to make sure that we pick away the Pyromancer because that
Pyromancer is destroying us.
either pick it away or ban it.
Focus on defense. Yeah, we need to make sure that the Pyromancer... They don't get the Pyromancer. The Pyromancer is way too strong.
In fact, the Pyromancer is their ace. So we're either gonna take it away from them or
Ban it. Let's see.
we banned Fighter.
And Vampire.
We banned Clown.
Interesting.
They make sure they do not get that
Fucking Pyromancer.
They went Shrine Maiden.
Okay, in that case we need to get Priestess. Let us go.
Knight.
And Swordsman.
That is a very weird comp.
It's a brawler comp.
With a backline support and a frontline support.
Interesting. Hopefully our AoE will be good enough to deal with them.
AoE plus
And
defense reduction from
Kagu. Good luck. Hello Kaiji, welcome. Akito,
we need you to do AoE.
AoE. Everything's even for now.
We're slightly in the lead.
Barely. Okay, Kagu's going for the healer.
Get a Kagu.
You can do it! Get her! Okay,
Good. Heal us down.
what up? Nui!
Okay.
Good job, everyone. You barely won that.
Oh.
Bloody hell.
Okay, we're not dead last anymore.
We're in the middle of the pack.
Clown is banned, but oh well, we don't care. Clown hard counters Vampire, really?
Illusionist counters Bug.
That doesn't make any sense.
Cosmic counters Clown.
That doesn't make any sense either.
Vampire Magic.
I can understand that. Clown and Vampire, I can understand that.
Look, assassins are becoming very popular. Sheesh. Sheesh, what? You mean sheesh, we won? Or sheesh, we lost?
Ashish, we only in the middle of the pack.
Why are you so garbage?
Is that what you mean? Alright, let's see. What other facility should we improve? We should reduce recruitment. No, crafting costs, I don't care about that.
We should try to reduce recruitment time.
Because right now we're still trying to find a replacement for
Or Numi.
who's
8. Hmm.
Nah, we get that first because
Yeah, what's the schedule like?
we do have a good crew period coming up.
Shit. No, reducing cost is more important. Yeah, I'm actually gonna get this guy.
I want to see if we can get a better veteran than Makia.
Because Makia's veteran skills are okayish, but
Could be better. Makia might be getting replaced soon.
yes.
Get a veteran.
If we can get one.
Let's go.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a lot.
Finally, we're fucking.
We need to dodge a lot of shit.
Everyone garbage rings.
Time to take our combat drugs. Bye. Yes. Okay, this is going to
Mother Teresa. Involving killing.
okay, yeah, this is gonna be impossible to deal with.
They have assassins.
They're crazy assassins. Okay,
We need to make sure that we ban the
assassins away. At least Clown is removed for us.
We need to get rid of Ninja and
And
the Archer.
or the Magic Knight.
I've never seen anyone pick Archer though.
I thought you were gonna pick Archer.
Let's get Berserker away from them.
Big ball.
They got rid of Fighter. Shit! They're forcing us to pick a Magic Knight early.
And when Shrine made a vampire,
We'll go Priestess.
what are you gonna do now?
Monk.
Okay, we'll go Illusionist and Knight.
They didn't go for Archer, they went for Sniper instead.
Interesting. Okay, good luck, guys.
Attack Numi.
Ah, shit, the vampire's going for Dewey! Ah! Ah, Dewey, no!
Oh god.
Heal!
Hurry!
Heal!
Oh god damn it.
Oh, that sniper is destroying us.
Oh no!
Fuck!
Oh my god, we're getting destroyed.
Ah! Fuck.
God damn it.
Numi says, please assign me a general with whom I can be more proactive.
That's not what's important, Numi.
You're a primary healer.
You're supposed to keep
Keep us alive. Now get back out there and heal.
They banned Shrine Maiden.
Stickling Ninja.
They banned Pyromancer.
And Ghost.
I went for Berserker.
Oh.
There's only one healer left.
We'll take the Priestess and the Fighter.
These are very important picks. We got Vampire again. Okay, we have to take Exorcist. And a Sniper.
Sniper is becoming a huge problem.
I'll try to run Illusionist again.
Okay, good luck guys.
This is
This is gonna be hell.
probably gonna lose.
Good luck! I fucking hate that fucking...
With Berserker. Oh fucking hell.
This fight is going slightly better than the first one, but...
We're not doing so hot. Regardless.
Fuck! Keep fighting! Keep fighting, guys!
Oh.
Fuck.
We got this right.
I down to ace now. Fuck.
Oh, it's fine. All we gotta do is
Avoid relegation. Enemies, no
heal out the
violence
That's not the reason why Numi has some marksmen.
on her actually.
Although the Numi's marksmen are
Fairly low.
and you see why they're trying to nerf the Berserker. Well, to be honest, the only reason why the Berserker is so powerful on them,
It's because they're
hang on, is because their stats are way higher than ours. These are flat attack and defense buff above us.
so
Berserker is weak sauce. It's just that they have a flat attack and defense buff, and
we are
we no matter what champion they pick, we're gonna have difficulty keeping up with them. We have to use build counters,
and it's really strong builds too.
try to beat them and hope that they don't go for a really strong build.
At least until we can train up our
Our players to equalize their stats,
And
then we can fight them on more equal terms.
we're gonna wait until
This month is over, and then we're going to give Sakito and we're gonna tell Sakito to pick up a
marksman character. Alright, let's go.
so we need a training montage pretty much. Kagu and Sakito will eventually be strong, it's just it takes them a while to get there.
Sadly, we don't have time to do the training montage,
We need to fight right now.
so we're fighting
Okay, this team is more...
closer to our stat line, so we should be able to beat these guys.
assuming we don't fuck up. And they have a...
Player who is really, really low move.
advanced swordsman. What are their primaries?
We have a ninja.
Let's get over that ninja. A bad vampire. Oh,
They hit vampire too, huh?
Sniper is impossible to deal with. Give me a sniper. You're going ice mage. They're going ice mage.
Let's go Shrine Maiden and Fighter first.
See what they do.
Shield Bearer.
We might be able to play standard against them.
Knight. Your move, what next?
Monk and illusionist. Yeah, illusionist could be a problem.
We do Pyromancer. Hi, Zuri, welcome.
Let the GG music.
Just want to drop by and say hi.
Hope you guys have a good stream. Thank you, Zuri.
Are you
Heading off to bed or anything?
so dropping by the covers?
Right.
Let's go.
Nice alt.
Kaku.
Shitty alt Sakito.
The Pyromancer doesn't know when to ult at all.
I think so does the...
Fighter. Good job.
I'm going to sleep because I feel sleepy.
Oh,
Why are you staying up late?
oh, they got it, baby. You're gonna kiss more. Good dreams.
I'm just here having a nice comfy short stream with GG music playing in the background. I'm not sure if GG music can be counted as a...
Comfy streamer. Oh, I mean, it's comfy.
optimistic news of victory. See here. Yeah, let's just keep going.
I'm sure we can beat this team.
We'll take away the ninja regardless because ninja
It's really, really difficult to deal with.
and magic knight. Let's give it a shadow mancer.
Divine Priestess.
Alright, we'll take Shrine Maiden.
Going for Monk.
Let's grab Knight.
What are you doing next?
Swordsman!
Oh, alright.
In the case we take Fighter.
And
With Vampire. Let's go Exorcist.
we want to counter the debuffs
Yeah, they're running a debuff comp.
with.
With Vampire, Swordsman, and Mage.
This is a debuff comp.
Alright,
Sakito, you're gonna have to be Exorcist for now, but
it's fine.
I'm sure you'll do fine on Exorcist. Good job clearing all the debuffs, Sakito.
Oh, okay, good.
The swordsman will only hit one person.
Interesting. Ah, we lost that.
Interesting.
So, the Exorcist doesn't actually clear vampires.
Alt. Once it gets inflicted.
That's annoying.
Don't worry, Numi. It's a learning experience.
It's fine.
We'll come back.
This time we'll not use a weird comp.
We'll go standard.
And we're gonna make sure that they don't get fucking vampire.
Because vampire is a massive pain to deal with.
They went for Shrine Maiden.
In the case we take Priestess. And Magic Knight.
Monk.
We still don't know what their build is gonna be.
Go for Knight.
Your move.
Fighter and Clown. You're running a dive comp.
We'll get Archer.
Right.
So
There's a loadout.
going to rely on
Numi's Archer
versus the assassin.
and Warrior. Yes, the Clown and Fighter are going to be diving.
So hopefully Numi can counter them.
While the rest of us do damage.
Go.
Did I only see one pulse of the Magic Knight's ult?
Oh. Get him, Kaku. Nice, good job. Oh.
Shit, we lost!
Fuck! How come we lose to that? Fuck!
Damn it!
We're dropping back down to the bottom.
Fuck!
Fuck!
Exorcists are for girls and demons, vampires need and housing.
Sadly, we don't have that housing.
Training.
Akito.
I want you to fill up your
Final.
slot, but this is going to be
A marksman. Or fighting next.
sticky seaweeds. Sticky seaweeds are
Ranked third. Fuck.
Ugh.
We might get our asses kicked again. Alright, time to go.
This is gonna be painful.
What do they have?
Vampire.
And ninja.
Here's a vampire. Band Shadowmancer.
And ninja.
We banned Ghosts.
Let's take Shrine Minute away from that.
We went for Shield Bearer and Sniper.
Fuck, I was afraid of that.
Grab Fighter from them.
I went Knight.
We have a double front line, so
A Magic Knight. Pyromancer.
okay, they have a heavy front line with a sniper.
In the back.
That sniper is going to destroy us.
So,
We have to focus on
killing the front line if at all possible. Just have to do. Go. Okay, there's snipers there. Sakito, you're too far forward.
Sakito.
Sakito!
The one good right side is that they don't have a healer.
So,
Fucking
God. 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 Keep fighting, come on.
Come on, we can win this. We can win this, come on.
Yes, nice, good job. Set one, win.
Pretty confident with the illusionists. We'll see what they do.
We will see what they try to throw at us.
Japan Shrine Maiden.
First things first, get rid of Ninja.
Ghost. Give it a Vampire. They went with Monk.
Oh. Pick Priestess and Fighter first.
Clown. He might be building an assassin comp, which means
The Illusionist would be good.
against an assassin comp. Alright,
I'll try to an Illusionist
Magic Knight.
and Shield Bearer.
Yeah, they all. Oh. There's a diving comp.
We might not win this, but let's see. Good luck, guys.
We don't have enough AoE to deal with.
All of the melee. Oh. Oh.
Oh,
Can we win this? Can we win this? This is really close.
this is super close.
Come on. Come on. Kago, come on.
Go ham!
Come on, Kago. Kago.
Yes!
We got it.
Ah,
Good job. Good job, everyone.
we climbed up to 5th because of that win.
Good job.
Shadowmancer is removed.
Interesting.
Illegal guard.
Sniper. Okay, that's fine.
Now,
For training. Detail.
go back to training.
Attack. And Pyro.
What do you get for equipment? Mountain.
Oh.
That's a garbage.
Oh, 4.
Every time the player is involved in a...
Yeah.
I don't like those stats.
The starting stats on this guy are...
That and Vanguard is...
Yeah, I don't like those stats.
Get rid of it.
Let me check on this first before we
Decide whether or not we want to go fishing for...
another
reduce recruitment costs.
Improve.
Nah, we'll just do.
Yeah, I'll
Reduce recruitment costs and
try to get this. If we can get a good person here.
right.
Let's go. We're gonna go look and play Monsanto.
Oh, Monsanto. Alright, enjoy.
I need to
play Monsanto Rise as well. I intend to play Monsanto Rise again.
later this week in preparation for Breaker Update 2.
God, this.
This team might destroy us. Sure, that's a real player.
We what to get rid of.
I think we need to get rid of Vampire and Ninja.
They got rid of Sniper. Interesting. He picked Pyro.
Let's get Shrine Maiden first. We still don't know what they're doing.
And I feel like Knight has fallen off.
We'll go fight it first. Clown.
The Magic Knight.
Oh.
This is difficult.
Let's try Illusionist. Right, this is gonna be the loadout.
Go.
Nice.
Not nice, Numi.
That all was mostly wasted.
That was mostly wasted as well.
Sakito.
Oh god.
No, no.
Oh god. Ah, god damn it.
That was... We lost that badly. Sign your chip in.
You.
I'll see what I can do. Kaku.
Let's go.
Get back out there.
You're a vampire.
Okay, ban Paramancer.
You're a ninja. Let's pick Shrine Maiden. Let's see what they do.
Sniper.
And Clown.
A fighter. Let's try.
Let's try Knight.
And Illusionist. Alright. Good luck, guys. Please win. And Kaku, you wanted a champion with which you can be proactive?
You have one. Wow, they're spamming their ult so early.
Okay, go Kaku. Kill the sniper. Nice.
Okay.
It's going a lot better.
Oh,
Kaku's going.
ah, fuck.
Kaku got.
Bonked. Nice.
Nice. We took one set off them. Good job. Okay.
I try to use the ultimate a bit better.
The ultimate was.
Well, oh,
Give it a shot. Makia is.
mood is low, so Makia's gonna need.
I need to put Makia on a champion that.
Doesn't require attack speed. You're banning fighter.
Fuck! They might be countering me. Fire Maiden, Magic Knight.
Let's see. Barrier Mage.
That's.
I don't know what to think of that.
Pick Knight first.
See what they're gonna do. Sniper. So. Nine. Okay, let's run.
Pyromancer. AoE. Try to AoE them down.
Sadly, that sniper is gonna be a problem.
Hopefully Karu can reach that sniper with a Magic Knight. But we'll see. Damn it.
Give me.
You almost mistimed. Fuck.
Fuck.
Fuck, fuck, this is close. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck.
Come on, guys.
Pull it out. Come on. Come on.
Shit, we lost.
Ugh. Nine percent. I don't know what that means.
Well, I don't know what I did to unlock that.
Oh, damn.
The team is among the top.
Oh, interesting. Come on, give me good shit.
God damn it.
This crafting thing is annoying because
It doesn't give you the...
stuff that you're looking for. All for Pelicans
Oh hey, the team that follows into the...
current poll.
You know, it occurs to me that we haven't fought our nemesis yet.
I wonder if our nemesis got relegated.
Hang on, let me do something real quick, chat.
Um,
Give me 1 second, I need to...
set something up. Oh wait, did I already add these? Are these already added? Oh.
That's strange, I thought there was...
Something that I didn't add from this.
Oh, it's fine.
Have I check?
Just need to do something real quick.
Um,
And let me check that. Alright, that's...
fine. Right, so what did I plan?
Oh god, we're fighting meteors.
Let's see.
Band Knight.
Oh. Let's get rid of Vampire. Monk.
Get rid of Shadowmancer. We're with Fighter.
Try me then.
Magic Knight.
Ninja.
Damn. I really don't want to have to use Berserker.
I don't think
No wait, I don't have to use Berserker.
I can use Swordsman. Yeah, let's use Swordsman. Oh,
Fighter, Ice Mage, Clown.
hmm. Shall we use Exorcist?
Let's try.
Exorcist.
Alright.
Okay, Magic Knight.
Kagu on the Warrior.
And Taquito, you're on Exorcist duty.
Clear all debuffs.
Good luck. Okay, we're doing quite well.
Oh god damn it, the
Fucking Ninja is going for Numi. We're doing very well. Go on. Kill them.
nice.
Good job.
Ah,
It's so nice to fight someone you don't mind.
my power level. Wow, Sakito.
These sucks over really.
You're right.
Let's finish up and get something to eat.
We beat them before,
With destroying them now.
so we can beat them again. Banning phase. Get a vampire.
What are you gonna do now?
We ban the illusionist, give it a Shadowmancer.
Want to deal with that nonsense?
Oh, we're ghosts.
Go for Shiny, let's see what they wanna do.
Ninja. Exorcist. Let's run Knight.
What are you gonna do next?
Magic Knight. So on Fighter.
And Sniper. Gito,
Time to show your
stuff on your Sniper.
There we go. Either you're gonna debut your sniper here.
Go!
What?
How do you die?
Oh god.
You're doing very well, Sakito.
Even with a ninja on the board.
Good job, guys. But then again, I expected nothing less. Because this was
This is our old opponent from the...
upper level.
Ooh! New champions have been added, really?
Werewolf?
And Boomerang Hunter.
Let's see.
Ghost got buffed.
Priestess got buffed.
Okay. Knight got nerfed. That's not the worst nerf.
Archer got nerfed again on the cooldown.
Not the worst. Monk got nerfed. Okay, finally.
Vampire got nerfed, thank you. Garbage.
Craft.
And craft. Let's see what
Oh, hang on. Yeah.
hmm. Let's see what the new champions are.
Boomerang Hunter, a marksman.
Range damage here, that specializes in.
AoE attacks and reduces defense.
Oh!
Bonus attack because his firing range is rather short.
Okay.
Marks a close range marksman.
Semicircle.
Take damage and their defense decreases.
All enemies in range take damage.
And their defense decreases. Interesting. Oh my god, short range and low HP.
I don't know whether or not that's gonna be good of her, to be honest.
How about werewolf? Wait, what? This is an assassin?
Really?
He assists to the target while reducing healing effects.
Dodges the furthest enemy and bites on enemies in turn.
Incapacitated and drag them to the middle of team's ground.
That's an assassin? Really? Oh.
Considering how big it is, I thought he was a...
A tank, but I guess not. Alright, we could display.
Training.
You're gonna be our new support player.
Sorry, Numi, you're getting benched.
Support. Is there any place I need to retrain? Nah, I think we're good for now. Stream? Makia, go stream please. Thank you, Makia.
Special training for...
For... Tsukito.
Increase your Pyromancer.
Mastery. Alright.
How long is our recruitment period?
Fairly long. Right.
We'll see what
The
veteran we end up finding is.
We learned priestess, alright, that's good.
Wait, what the fuck? Markia's stats actually went down?
What?
Seriously? I never seen that happen before.
It's because Makia's old.
Life of the party.
Racist.
Okay, yeah, this is really good.
Makia?
Sorry, but you're getting benched.
Dolph.
Yeah, Markia's stats are going down.
That's not good. Fuck. Alright,
We need new names for
these new entries.
Markia's gonna stick around for a while.
There's Numi.
Although actually Numi is yeah, Numi is eventually gonna leave. Alright, who wants to be our new...
Support player.
Who could I name?
Is after.
You know what?
You know what? I know exactly who. I'm going to
Put up here.
let me see. Right. Your name shall be
Ox. C.
EQ.
0.
There we go. E
Welcome, Oxy GQ0. You're a new support player.
and this person. Your name shall be. Oh,
Your name shall be... Kylon.
yes, Kylon. And you're also getting someone.
Welcome, Oxy and
Kylon. Hehehe.
Bleh.
All garbage. Give me something good, goddammit.
Let's see,
Weekly. Stream. Go, Makia, go.
What?
Makia!
Carla, we need to prepare you to be our new
Tank, so
priestess.
we train.
Swordsman. Fuck, that's shit. It's fine.
Let's go.
Monk, that is also shit.
Fuck. Training.
Yeah, no support.
Makia stream. Get money. Running out of money.
We have no money.
Thank you, Makia.
Special training.
Kylon. Change mastery.
Berserker, that is garbage.
Ah,
Why are you giving me the wrong fucking champions?
fuck. I need you to be fucking knight.
Ugh,
Kylon. Kylon,
you're not cooperating.
Kylon.
Shield bearer, that is also garbage.
Fuck.
Fuck. The priestess we keep.
Monk is garbage tier.
The exorcist is weird on her. On him.
Alright, so keep crafting.
Keep.
Fucking crafting.
Alright.
Stream. Makia stream.
Thank you.
Alright,
Special training.
uh,
Kylon.
fucking Kylon.
I get rid of the monk.
Yeah, get rid of the monk.
Monk is garbage tier. Magic Knight.
That's better. Okay. Hitting cushion.
Ugh. Damn it.
Uh, Do I keep the Exorcist?
I'll get rid of Monk.
I think.
We'll do double special training.
Oxy
Lose Monk.
or another support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Oxy.
Uh,
Now Kylon. Use.
lose Swordsman.
Thank you.
Major success too.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, just in time.
Alright. Alright, so now
Oxy,
improve
Shrine Maiden,
and Priestess.
uh,
Kylon.
improve Knight and
Magic Knight.
alright. Oops.
I don't know what to do about Exorcist. Maybe we'll keep that.
In case we want to retrain into a different new champion.
All fine. Those are
Alright, so
schedule.
it's the end of the recruitment period.
Now let's see. There's Makia.
Yeah,
Makia skills are going down.
fuck.
Now here's a question.
If
If Makia skills go down, do they
fucking
actually go down by one level?
fuck. So fuck.
That's not good.
Shit.
We need to find.
Kylo isn't gonna last forever as well. Kylo is eventually going to.
By having the same powers as Makia, so we need to.
We need to eventually recruit the next
Level of.
player.
Alright. This isn't good.
It's very not good. But
Gotta make do with what we have. Yeah, the.
Nemesis team that I introduced got relegated.
Interesting.
Makia, get money.
Fail!
Oh god damn it, Makia!
Oxy,
I want you to increase the
the Mastery of Shrine Maiden.
Alright. Let's see if we schedule. Yes.
Alright, this. The roster is going to be.
Takito. Kaku.
Oxy,
Kylon.
and then as backup,
There'll be Makia and
uh,
Yummy. Off we go.
Oops, I forgot.
Setting the player roster happens 1 week before.
Kinda makes sense actually. Out more.
Thank you.
And 5,000. Okay,
Time to go.
we have to try to.
Fight. Keep fighting.
My jackal will take care of the house father, right? Oh shit, we're fighting against the.
Team that destroyed us initially.
the Kylon.
And Oxy GQ0.
This is gonna be our team.
Good luck.
Hope we at least gain
Some strength so that we can fight these guys a little bit better.
Right. We do not have a ninja.
I'm gonna give a vampire first.
A banned shrine maiden. We have a very powerful sniper.
Oh. Give it a sniper.
A banned werewolf.
Oh.
Take the pyromancer away from them.
We can't let that monster have pyro.
Anyway, monk swordsman, alright, that's fine.
We can let them have that. Magic Knight.
Ninja. We're gonna try a new build. One with barrier mage.
See how Oxy's barrier mage works.
Exorcist.
Interesting. Hi,
Kylon, Oxy.
your debut match. Good luck.
Oh wow.
We're doing very well. Ah. Shit, stabilize. Come on, stabilize.
Oh god.
The swords went off.
Okay, the Baron mage seems to be doing quite well.
Actually,
AoE.
debuff plus AoE attack.
I mean, the Baron mage has AoE debuff. Sakito's bringing AoE attack.
Kago's being AoE attack. Kylon's being
AoE.
shield. It's actually working really well.
These feel a little bit better.
That's fine. That's how you grow.
Besides, the enemy didn't really have any range.
Attacker, so your ult is kinda...
All kinda is useless against the enemy team, but it's fine. It's your
primary
skill that is bringing most of the power.
Yeah, vampire.
We can either have a risk a monster pyromancer or a monster sniper. Get rid of the pyro.
Hopefully we can deal with the sniper.
You can go for sniper.
Alright.
Take the sniper away from them.
And
Oh, Magic Knight.
see what they do.
Shield Bearer.
If they're taking shield bearer,
We'll take Knight.
ninja,
And Werewolf. Okay, they're going Assassins.
which means barrier mage.
Meaning it's all part of it.
Yeah. But we're getting better. Slowly getting better.
And Life of the Party is actually really, really good.
Increases the mood.
Actually really good for someone to have it.
I'm glad we kind of rolled it.
Oh god.
Oh, fucking!
Oh, that werewolf is annoying as fuck.
Fuck! Hang on, guys, keep fighting.
Keep fighting.
Oh god.
Oh my god, that werewolf is so fucking annoying. Ah!
Hey, come on.
Ah, damn it.
We got that one.
It's fine.
Saw some good teamwork there.
It's fine. It's fine. They seem to be running a lot of melee heavy comps.
Dive comps with assassin, so
Maybe we need to... Yeah, we'll take the pyromancer.
and vampire.
And shield bearer.
And sniper.
And swordsman. We'll take...
Pyromancer away from him.
We're going werewolf again. And monk.
Fairy mage.
They went knight.
Oh,
In that case, we only have one answer.
fighter, magic knight.
Berserker is weak sauce. Berserker won't be able to do anything against this group. Knight, werewolf, monk.
Ice mage. Okay, good luck.
They have a debuffer in the form of...
Ice mage. Keep fighting. Come on.
Ah damn, we wasted some of the ults.
Ah! Fuck. Fuck. It might be too strong for us.
Keep fighting, guys.
Come on.
Oh, you that fucking werewolf.
Yeah, they won.
God fucking damn it, that werewolf.
So fucking annoying.
Oh, it's fine. That was...
They're one of the top teams, so...
It's understandable we lost to them. Uh-oh.
Coach Artificial in crisis. Recently, the Milk Bussies have been showing poor performance. Under Coach Artificial, the Milk Bussies have recorded 2 wins and 3 losses in the last 5 matches. In the last match, Coach Artificial had utilized his banned pick to form his team around Fighter as the main champion. Fans responded that the team should be formed around other champions rather than Fighter. Some questions Coach's ban and pick abilities as well as management in general. To put these talks to rest, Coach Artificial in crisis must prove otherwise through his future match results. Fine.
Shut the fuck up, assholes.
We're fine.
We can come back.
We just need to train up. We need some kind of answer for that fucking werewolf though.
Maybe illusionist. That motherfucker is seriously annoying.
Ah. Let's go. It's fine, I'm not in crisis.
We are secure.
Sorely in the middle of the pack.
Repeat for every records before.
We'll beat him again.
Let's go.
Oh, Jiku0 is max.
Oh shit, we're fighting Mithi. Mithi is a real pro player.
You're getting me the pyro.
Also there. Let's get it a vampire.
A bad Shadowmancer.
Real werewolf.
Went for Knight. We don't know what they're running yet.
Let's go for Stunner now. Shrine Maiden and Shield Bearer.
Ice Mage. We still don't know what they're running.
Go Magic Knight
Fighter?
and Monk.
Right, so melee.
All melee with
With tank, heal, option, alright, so
if that's what you're gonna go for,
Sakito, bring out your
sniper. Let's go.
nice.
Keep drilling them down. You're doing well, Sakito.
Oh, okay,
Didn't expect the bomb to be used so early. That's fine.
ah,
Keep fighting.
we're doing very well.
Come on. Nice. Good job, everyone.
That was a perfectly fought match.
Yeah, Shrine, that was very good.
You play Shrine Maiden like none other as well.
Go Bussies. Yeah, go Bussies.
Sadly, Makia, you're being benched and you're being you're fired after the season's over. I'm sorry.
You've
Not only peaked, you
passed your prime. You're actually losing your stats. I'm sorry, Makia. I love you though.
you carried us very well. Right, get a bit of vampire. What is that?
What's that?
Oh, exorcist. They banned werewolf. Okay, they don't.
What to do with the werewolf either?
Give me a ninja.
Oh wow, we banned all of the assassins.
In that case, let's just go for Shrine Maiden first.
It's okay, yeah.
Yeah, you carried us through these. Through.
A good chunk of the semi-pro league and
The Pro League Division 1. Let's go. Magic Knight and Monk. If they took those away from us,
we're gonna take fighter.
Clown.
Shield bearer.
Oh,
Illusionist. Or
Pyromancer. Looking at them, I think
Pyromancer will work better.
Oh yeah, I made the right choice.
Pyromancer.
You're all melee.
Let's go. Okay. Let's go, Jen. Yeah, I love you, Mark.
Hope you're doing okay. I hope you had a good weekend so far.
Okay, very good layering of alts.
You're gonna ult eventually though. Oh.
Oh shit, Numi.
Wait, no, that's not Numi anymore.
It's Oxy. Oxy, careful.
Good job.
2-0. Is this single player?
Yeah, it's single player. As far as I know, anyway.
Is there multiplayer? Hang on.
Let me see. Is there actually multiplayer in this? Apparently there is multiplayer.
Let's see if it is.
Playing a league with other players following how the single player mode.
Amazing.
Custom games.
Oh.
So
You can run multiplayer.
and I don't actually.
Oh, let me.
Let me try to figure this out.
Oh, hang on. Let me handle this.
And then we'll check out multiplayer. The Milk Pussies up the ladder! Ba, 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 ba. The Milk Pussies have won in a decisive match that moved it up to 5th place. The Milk Pussies won against Rapid Raccoons and recorded 5 wins, 6 losses, and plus 0 points. On the other hand, due to today's loss, Rapid Raccoons moved down to 7th place and recorded 4 wins, 7 losses, and minus 3 points. Having won an important match, the Milk Pussies is likely to keep showing good results. Rapid Raccoons will have to make up for this defeat by improving their performance and fighting till the very end. Oh, I like the fact that they
Took a screenshot from a match.
Receive. Nice, we got a cash infusion.
Thank you.
Get this out of the way. Let me see how multiplayer works.
Um,
I'm gonna save my
stuff first.
and then
Return to title screen.
let me see. Multiplayer? Oh, we're just going to test this out. We're not going to go far into multiplayer. I'm just trying to see what.
Goes into setting this up.
Host a new game.
Game name, private.
Game type league.
Uh,
The Tentacle League. Add bot. Let me just see what happens.
once I click start game.
Default values. Total champion balance.
Advanced settings.
Initial goal. Division League. Expand players.
Patch level high.
Patch champion category.
Okay.
Oh.
Each team plays 2 matches solo. Oh.
Ah.
Interesting. Our game?
Game rules can be changed.
Oh.
Multiplayer.
Yeah.
Oh,
So yeah,
you can play this in multiplayer.
chat.
There's a multiplayer mode where you can
Fight other people. Chat.
chat.
Chat. Chat. Yeah, multiplayer. So, technically, if we want to, we can fight each other.
If you guys have this game, of course. Seems like a
Seems like the kind of game that could be fun to play together.
and you guys can watch me destroy y'all. Mwahahaha. We can start with all champions released
Or,
partial champions released. We can create.
yeah, this is actually quite cool. Ah.
Maybe one day we'll play together.
Maybe.
Okay, chat.
I need to go and go to the washroom real quick.
Everyone, get up and stretch your legs, alright? Tell the washroom you need to. I'll go to the kitchen and grab some drinks or snacks.
Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far.
I'll be right back in 2-3 minutes, alright?
Mwah. 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 Mwah.
Good night? Not good night. I'll be right back.
Be right back. Mwah. I'm back, chair. Oh boy.
It's still raining.
Oh my god. Get back into my
BDSM.
dress harness. There we go.
It kind of sucks that no matter what, we'll only ever be fielding one team.
We can't field 2 teams even though we have
2 gaming rooms. And technically, Enough people to fill up 2 rosters.
Ah. Oh. Nothing we can do about it.
Right, so what's so we need to fill. We need to get 9 wins.
In a season.
Current wins is
5.
we might not be able to make that. We might not be able to fulfill the sponsors requests.
We'll try our best, but
We'll have to see what we can do.
let's go. Alright, my Jekyll. Take care of the house.
Unfortunately, Kylon improves everyone.
But himself. Ah,
Kagu's training is getting really, really high.
that's very good.
Okay. Alright, let's go.
The God of Illusionist.
What do they have? They have a powerful. Yeah, multiple of them can play sniper.
And you're quite good with it.
You're a vampire.
Well, there's more I to deal with than sniper.
You're going ice mage. Take sniper away from them.
Yeah, sniper is really, really powerful.
We don't have to take that. And then we'll also take
A Shrine Maiden.
monk. I wonder why the computer prioritizes monk so much. Monk, in my opinion, is a garbage
Tier pick.
shield bearer. Shit, they took Magic Knight.
Oh. I'll do fighter.
Rising. Rising.
Go. Good luck, guys.
This team is really strong.
You're gonna have to bring your A game. Back up, back up.
Oh god.
You guys used all your ults already.
That's all good.
Well, here comes the...
Crazy berserker. Oh, at least we managed to run out some of the time. Alright.
Get back in there. Your ults all spent.
Okay, we're coming back.
Keep fighting.
Keep ah!
Fuck. It's fine. You do your best.
You don't see your mistakes, Kagu.
You need to
step up.
go. You're a werewolf.
They got rid of vampire for me.
That's nice of them. Get rid of this sniper.
They banned shield bearer. That's not good for me.
Grab pyromancer. Take it away from them.
And grab it for ourselves. Monk and magic knight.
Uh,
Oh, grab knight.
grab berserker. Hmm. Fighter and
We'll try paramage. Oh yeah.
yeah, they're going for melee. I think we got Paramage and pyromancer.
Alright, Sakito.
Yeah,
Mood is really high.
we're relying on you.
And you too, Oxy.
Keep off them.
Oh god.
Get on the fucking samurai!
Kill him. Oh shit.
Oh shit, not good. Not good, not good. Fuck. Fuck, okay, okay, keep fighting.
Come on, guys.
Guys, you can do it, come on.
Okay, he wasted his heal on himself.
Good, keep fighting.
Nice!
Okay, we got this.
Okay.
We barely won that set, but we got it. Good job, good job.
Now we just need to do that again.
Not bad, Kaga.
Keep going.
Let's see what they do.
They banned Ice Mage. You're a werewolf.
They got a revolutionist.
You're a sniper.
First pick.
Clown. Grab shield bearer.
And Magic Knight.
Shit, they got vampire. Oh, that's gonna be painful.
The Paramage.
Swordsman. Vampire, swordsman, monk.
And Clown.
You're going for...
Melee, so
We'll try this again, this time with...
Magic Knight.
I hope I didn't make a mistake.
Let's go. We're doing very well.
But be careful. That alt always fucking destroys all of us.
Shit. Shit, shit. Fucking.
Oh god damn it. The bleed is starting. Fuck, we lost. Vampire ramps up so fucking hard. It's because of his bleed. We have to get rid of Vampire, damn it.
Was I muted the entire time?
Fuck! Was I muted the entire time? Fuck! Yeah, Makia. Makia, your stats are dropping. No, Makia. Damn. I'm sorry, Makia. You're degenerating. Can we make the sponsor? We need 4 wins. Now schedule. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more matches to go. We might make it if we don't fuck up. Both of these are really important. Reduce renewal fee. Sakito, Pyromancer, Illusion Sniper. You know, we're going to level up your sniper a little bit. There we go. Fuck, we're fighting the 3rd rank team. Oh, everybody's failing with high spirits. Good. Hopefully we can use this to carry us. I have a feeling Hoon is a real player. I feel like I've heard that name before. What do they have? They have a vampire, a clown, and a ninja. Here we are, the fucking vampire. The ninja is insanely strong. Yeah, the ninja. Going for fighter. Try maiden.
shield bearer.
Shit.
Hmm.
I think.
Pyromancer.
Yeah, you're going melee.
All melee. Alright, so
We need speed for.
Kagu. Hopefully the backline will be able to survive.
Good luck, guys. We have a werewolf on the field.
It's gonna be fucking annoying. That was strange.
Come on.
Come on, come on, come on. Win, come on. Come on. Come on.
Our team is more stable than them.
Come on.
You know, I think swordsman got unnerved.
So this seem to be doing quite well. Maybe I should.
If was meant to Kagu from now on. Train up Kagu swordsman.
As well. You did a good job, Kylan.
Being the tank for the team. Let's give it a vampire.
This vampire's a motherfucker.
Give it a ninja. They got rid of
Pyromancer. That's gonna be a problem. Try maiden.
swordsman and fighter.
Huh. Let's get shield bearer.
And magic knight.
Fuck.
Healing effects.
What do we do here?
We don't have our AoE.
Kago needs someone fast.
Berserker is not fast. Berserker is
Garbage. Try sniper and
werewolf. Okay, Kagu, you're untrained in this, but
let's see if you can make werewolf work.
good luck, guys.
I have no idea how this is gonna go.
Okay, maybe werewolf is broken. Yeah, werewolf might be slightly broken.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, yeah, the werewolf is broken. Kaku's doing this untrained. That's always the case, right? New champions are always broken upon being released. Ah. Clown counters werewolf, really? We just defeated Clown. Werewolf and vampire, werewolf and knight. Now werewolf is werewolf is actually pretty broken. Maybe we'll start taking werewolf instead of letting the enemy team have it. Right. Let's go. I'm just a high favorite chair. Bye, villain. Yes. Oh, I got combat shots before. We going. Take away werewolf. Oh, that's good. Alright. Boomerang. Vampire. What else do they have? Give it a werewolf. I want him to pick it first. Took shield barrel, damn. At night and try maiden. They went monk. I don't know what they're building. Let's try standard for now. See what they do. Ha. Ninja. They're all melee, so let's go AoE. Hi everyone, yes, I'm your champions, let's go. Nice. They managed to take out a ninja. Oh god. He came back and really went for the healer again. They're just even right now. Keep fighting. Come on. Very, very even. Okay, reform. The healer's down. Take him out. Nice. Oh god. Fucking a ninja is such a massive problem. Nice. Good job. Barely won that. Try to use your ult better next time. Kaku? I don't know how.
Magic Knight's ult is supposed to work.
Oh, well, it's fine.
Live and you learn.
Right.
Take vampire away.
We banned Knight.
Oh. Take werewolf away.
We banned Ninja.
Strange.
Take Shield Bearer first.
Should we get that? Exorcist and monk. Strange. Shrine Maiden.
What are they trying to go for? Exorcist Monk and Shrine Maiden. I mean, Exorcist Monk and Magic Knight.
This is all melee. So let's go Pyromancer.
And you have an Exorcist, so Swordsman won't be good.
Let's go Fighter.
Oh wow,
Jaedong! I'm fighting motherfucking Jaedong. Jaedong is a very good
I can't remember if he's a League player or if he's...
a StarCraft player. Probably StarCraft to be honest.
Let's go.
That all was garbage. Akito,
Perfectly timed out.
Kyla. Oh no! Save Foxy! Okay, we're winning.
Okay, we'll win. We're winning easily.
Can't do anything to stop us. Good job, everyone. Right. Squarely in the middle of the park. Underwear. Garbage. Garbage.
I don't know what to do about Oxy's Exorcist.
This really does feel like one of those things that you just go for as a counter pick. Let's go. Fighting our lonely lines
We lost against these guys.
before. Gotta make sure we don't lose against them again. Lonely lines are in the middle of it.
Fuck you. We're not going to lose against them this time.
Oh,
Lance.
Fuck off, ninja. You're broken.
I mean, vampire. You're broken. They took away werewolf.
Oh. I'll take away ninja.
They haven't. We don't want to deal with that. And they have a good ninja on the team. And they took away ghost.
All of the fucking assassins are banned. Hehe.
We'll take shield bearer. Let's see where they go.
Monk. Shrine maiden.
Okay, they're going wall AoE.
Which means Pyromancer
And
Magic Knight.
I forgot I wanted to train up.
Kagos Swordsman.
Yeah, remember to do that next time.
Fine, let's go.
Make sure they fucking die this time.
I can kill them. Nice. Nice, kill them all. Good job.
Oh. It's fine, the Ice Mage wasted his ult.
What? Why?
Why?
Why is the knight diving a backline? Perfect.
Easy win.
Easy win. Is this how it's supposed to go? Wow, Sakito. The bonus.
Sucks so bad that this will be an easy match. Don't lose focus now, guys.
I'm over here. Let's go.
What are they doing?
Barian Knight.
I mean, Barian Mage. Get rid of Vampire.
Because we don't have to deal with that nonsense.
Get rid of Werewolf.
So we don't have to deal with that nonsense as well.
Going for Monk.
Get Shield Bearer.
And Shrine Maiden. Ninja.
And Monk.
Might be going for a Diver again.
Get Pyromancer.
Yep.
Diving Comp.
With a Magic Knight.
So... I have an idea.
Let's run Swordsman on Kagu.
Kago is going to be in your faces the entire time. Oh, I am Kago.
Oh no!
Foxy got fucking stabbed
In the back.
Oh god. Oh, Foxy keeps getting backstabbed. Well, either way we won. Good job.
made up for that embarrassing loss.
last time. Garbage.
Ooh, defense and quota reduction.
Perfect. Okay, chat.
Guys,
You're gonna wear a wedding dress to
your matches. Don't question it.
just be good players and wear the wedding dress
Wait,
with a vibrator strap into your underwear. Yes.
yes. That's how we trade around here. Hunting Knight, Fighter.
Improve swordsman.
Get Swordsman level up. That training points next.
If we can. Right, time for the team to debut wearing a wedding dress.
Or sitting on a slime chair.
Aren't I a nice coach chair? I give you guys such good, expensive dresses and chairs to sit on. That massage you while you're playing. You guys should be thanking me. Cheeky.
Litzchung? Oh god.
Let's jump. That's a real player.
They banned Shrine Maiden.
Let's get up here, vampire.
We have a very powerful ninja. Bad ninja.
We took werewolf. Fuck. I was afraid of this.
Go for Shield Bearer.
And priestess.
Huh?
Exorcist.
I don't get that pick.
Oh,
Okay, considering that this motherfucker's gonna be jumping around, I need someone who can react quickly to him.
which would be swordsman.
Punk.
It's all AoE.
I mean, it's all melee, so Sniper or Pyro? Pyro is technically better.
And pyro. Good luck, Sakito. The werewolf is going to be on top of you.
Hope you survive.
Okay, that was a really early off.
That was a wrong way to
Stack your odds. Oxy and Kyla.
No!
Oxy! Oxy, you're going the wrong way!
Oxy!
Oxy!
Why are you there?
Back up!
Oh wow.
Oxy's still alive. What the fuck? I don't know how Oxy's still alive, but he's still alive.
Wow. went better than expected.
It must be because of our new wedding dress. Yes.
Get him.
Get him, be aggressive.
Nice.
Cargo has an attack increase. Go. Go, Jack, go. Use the wedding dress and the slime chair to the fullest.
Alright, let's see.
Vampire is out.
Boomerang Hunter. Interesting.
Angel's out.
Ghost is out.
Hmm.
Do we first pick?
Werewolf or Venom?
I think we can deal with the werewolf. It's Shield Bearer first. Shield Bearer is a...
Core of our comp.
But they went for Monk and Werewolf.
Yeah, thought so.
Let's see if they go for Monk and Werewolf.
Next up we'll go for Sussman.
They're probably gonna do the same thing against Silver. Ice Mage.
That's not good.
Do I want to risk running Exorcist?
We could run Exorcist and Pyromancer. Hope this works.
Let's go.
Everyone stay close.
Was also badly timed.
Guys, one is a lot closer than it should be.
Also because we don't have a healer.
We have a debuff cleanser and that's it. Oh god. Okay, good job. Anyone. Good job, guys.
Climbing the ranks.
Nice.
Got the cash reward. Good. Unfortunately, we only got it after we...
Just got the training apply.
The Milk Coach Artificials and the Milk Bootsy sweeping victory. The Milk Bootsies are on a great run. Under Coach Artificial's management, the Milk Bootsies have recorded 4 wins and 1 loss in their last 5 matches. Coach Artificial has been using his Van Pick phase to form his team around the Shield Bearer as the main champion. There are concerns that other teams will be able to hold Shield Bearer in check, but experts are adamant that Artificial has a few more cards up his sleeve. Fans of the Milk Bootsies have acknowledged Artificial's abilities and have high expectations for his further brilliant performance.
Thank you. You're doing very, very well. I really love this combo. Slime chair, wedding dress,
Along with safety helmet and
the golden mouse.
There's nothing else I can put here though.
Bones construction, conduction headphones could be good, but
It just seems better just because of the fact that we
have so many warriors on our team. So yeah.
can I afford to I don't know if I can afford to.
Improve the facilities training points.
This would vastly improve our ability to train.
My checker, you're being fired, sorry.
Numi and Makia are getting fired. I'm gonna risk it.
I'm gonna risk it.
I want this.
But train that. Haku. Train fighter. Numi, train. Archer. Makia.
Yeah.
Oh god. Oh Makia. Makia's losing all her skills.
Can I actually fight off?
The skill degradation with training.
I feel like I can't.
Oh Makia.
Let's go.
Nice, everyone's in good spirits. Thank you, Kyla.
We're fighting sticky seaweed.
This team is insanely strong.
Get rid of the vampire.
Get rid of the ninja. Grab shield bearer first.
Don't let them get it. They have werewolf
Nothing we can do about it.
and sniper. What to do about that?
Try maiden. Clown.
I they building an assassin heavy comp?
If they're building an assassin heavy comp,
We want all the AoEs.
yeah, get all the AoEs. As many AoEs as we can feel.
Good luck.
Oh god. Oh, that fucking... Ah! The fucking werewolf is a massive pain. Shit. Oh, we're getting destroyed. Yeah, the stats are just too high. Oh god. My god. Yeah, we can't fight your stats yet.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was a slaughter. I'm probably certain this team is, like, top.
Even if they're ranked second right now, they're probably...
Yeah, so they're very highly likely to get champion.
lost career.
So don't worry about it. The opponent was just insanely good. Keep trying.
It's annoying that we have to stop.
Wait, they swapped out.
A ninja player is gone.
Okay, we're a vampire.
And werewolf.
I have a clown. Shield bearer.
And...
Trident. Swordsman.
entirely melee.
Illusionist. We don't have AoE because the Pyromancer was burned, but
Hopefully this will be enough.
okay, we're doing better. I wonder what the shadows do. Or specifically our shadows.
I know what the other shadows do, but I don't know what our shadows do.
Oh, Swordsman is doing very well.
Oh god.
Oh, that almost turned bad for us at the end. Are you sure you're doing well?
It's fine.
Fine, I believe in you, Kaku. Actually doing surprisingly well in your swordsman.
Right.
put the ninja back. Caps. Yeah, vampire.
Oh, they banned werewolf. Okay, thank you.
Easy. Up shield bearer.
Monk and berserker.
Up shrine maiden.
Knight.
Paramancer. And Magic Knight.
Exorcist, yeah.
Yeah, good thing I didn't go for the samurai because the Exorcist would counter the samurai.
This at least has...
I think that gets hard countered by Exorcist.
And we have all the AoE.
Is AoE done down? Come on. Come on. Yellow. Nice. Okay, good. Very good. Perfect. We're doing it, chat. We're beating the top-rated teams in the league.
We're coming back.
Yeah, moving up.
Sudden Shocks is still the strongest, but it's fine.
Oh, we'll get to them. Marksman? Yeah, fuck that. I'm so proud of you guys.
We're fighting pelicans.
Last? Oh, that's going to
It's gonna be a
slaughter. You know where I am, my dear? Makia and Numi.
Would you like to...
Handle this? Final battle for Makia and Numi.
You're the vampire?
You're a werewolf. And home.
Oh, welcome home now.
Hope you're doing okay.
Meteos. Isn't that, huh?
Berserker Shrine Maiden.
Go for Priestess.
Clown.
Like a Shrine Maiden Clown.
Let's go for
Illusionist and Fighter.
Alright. Final showing for Maki and Kaku.
For final league.
Match for Maki and Kaku before they retire.
I mean, not Karu, Maki and Numi.
Sorry. Maki and Numi. Keep fighting, guys. Keep fighting.
I know you can win.
Get him. Get him, get him, get him.
Get him.
Kill one. Hurry. Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Oh god.
Yes. Good job. Good job.
Alright.
Can't wait any longer.
Wow, that was...
I came down to the wire.
You like to play Priestess next match?
I'm pretty confident. Nah.
Time for...
Time for Maki and Numi to rest.
the vampire.
Girl came back home from work on a appointment.
And went immediately out to find your lost cat.
Oh,
In a whole abandoned home.
you break the glasses in.
Oh, wait, she was locked in an abandoned house?
What? How'd she get in if the house was abandoned? Priestess.
Illusionists.
Interesting.
I don't know what they're building.
Magic Knight. Titan Knight.
There's a very well run team that they're building.
So, I'll build around on there as well.
Here we go.
Go, crush them. Magic Knight also doesn't seem to do damage. Oh, because it is very little.
Oh,
Fuck.
okay, they've altered.
It's fine. Reset. It's fine. Beat them back. Good job, Kato.
Kill the healer.
Nice, good job.
That's what I was like, but the house had wooden door, so the door must have gone wet and stuck close.
Aww. Oh, poor cat.
It's an abandoned house, right? So
Hopefully there's no owner that would be pissed that you broke his door down.
yes. Hang on.
As one of the top 5 teams in the league, you have advanced to the playoffs. The playoff is the best of 5 CS tournament. Playoff round 1, blah 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 blah. Top 3 teams advance to World Championship.
Okay. Let's go. Time to prepare for World Championship. Well, hostile registration.
I already registered.
There we go.
How long do we have?
Uh,
Sadly, we are in directly the next match, right?
so let's do some activities. Card on stream. Good job, Caroline.
Special training.
Oh. Oxy.
I want you to strengthen your attack.
Good job. Right. Let's go.
Let me drink here.
Game effect.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
I'm gonna drink water though.
I'm out of coffee. I already finished my coffee.
I intend to just stream until we finish this,
Like full season.
and then yeah,
We will.
go into, and then we'll end the stream once we finish this season. Let's go, chat.
Time for.
A match against the Sudden.
I believe 7 Seaweed.
No, Sudden Seahorse. Hi, this team gave us trouble before.
Let's make sure we don't lose to them.
See, what do they have?
You have a very powerful sniper.
They also have a powerful assassin. Damn it. They have a decently powerful ninja as well. Oh, these are gonna be problems.
Get a sniper.
The Bank Priestess, okay.
Let's take werewolf away from him.
We cannot let them have werewolf. Shit, they took shield bearer.
And shrine maiden.
Fuck. This forces us on to
Knight.
on Magic Knight.
Let's try Baramage and Pyromancer.
Hopefully the Baron Mage.
Ability will come on cooldown in time.
Good luck, Kagu.
There's an untrained hero, but
It's so powerful that
hopefully you'll be able to handle it.
like, look at that.
Fucking werewolf is insane.
Oh,
Perfect. Nice layering of ults.
shit.
Oh damn it.
Okay,
Okay, we're coming back.
keep going, guys.
You can do it. Fuck. Fuck, come on. Come on.
Come on.
Come on. Come on.
Damn it.
We got the first game.
It's alright. It's alright.
It's fine. It was a best of 5.
Please ban Magic Knight.
I'll consider it.
Magic Knight isn't the problem.
The problem is that they're
The pick ban phase, there's too many high value champions that we have to get rid of.
band fighter. And vampire.
Are we prepared to deal with either a sniper or a ninja?
Get rid of the werewolf.
I went with a swordsman.
Okay, shield bearer,
Try maiden.
monk,
We'll take Magic Knight.
you don't have to ban it if we can take it.
Huh.
Mostly melee except for the illusionist.
Alright,
Pyromancer. Good luck, guys. Fight.
here we go, an early lead.
A nice layering of balls.
Okay,
Very good. Very, very good. We're doing well.
oh god,
Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
reset.
Reset. Just reset. Okay, good job. Good job.
Good job resetting.
Oh, come on. Nice. Good job.
We won that. We fought that very, very well.
Very good job, guys. Yes. The Pyromancer was amazing.
Exactly what we needed.
Okay, let's go. Give it a vampire.
You got an exorcist. Interesting.
Take out werewolf.
You got a priestess.
Hmm.
That might be a problem. Get Shield Barrel first. He's worth more than the Shrine Maiden.
They did not go for Shrine Maiden.
But they have Ninja.
So... Have Shrine Maiden.
Right.
We'll try this again. Almancer, Magic Knight.
Yeah, they're all melee.
Okay, so we just need to layer all of our AoEs on top of them and we should win. Go.
Yeah, watch for the ninja.
Ninja's going to go straight for Foxy. Fucking ninja.
Ninja
So annoying.
Okay, reset. Fucking.
Get out there. Come on, take out the ninja.
Okay.
Good job. Get back out there, Sakito.
Fucking ninja!
Okay, good job. Good job. 2-1. Okay, we can win this. We can win this.
As long as we play standard, we got this.
This will be an easy match.
Uh,
Don't lose focus now, Kylon. You're making us fight for it. Maintain your focus.
they banned Shrine Maiden.
Yeah, they're trying to counter me.
Illusionist. I think they're running something specific.
Shield Bearer and Priestess.
At least get our
Tank combo.
Exorcist.
I
Don't know what that's trying to achieve.
have a feeling I know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's
It's their dive comp.
a variation of the dive comp.
With Exorcist instead of
The other thing. Okay, we'll run the same comp.
against them, except with Priestess instead.
We still have a lot of DPS.
So we should be good. God damn it! You guys need to protect Oxy better.
Oh god.
Protect Oxy!
Protect yourself! Ah, god damn that.
Fucking ninja is
It's a problem.
Come on! Come on, get your AoEs out. Kago! Kago!
Good job, Kagu.
Good job. You saved Oxy. Good job. Okay. Kagu finally turned around to save Oxy.
Although it's probably only because Kagu goes after the enemy who survived the longest, and I think the
Ninja was alive the longest that I played that. Oh, I looked at it.
fighting seaweeds next.
Bikini.
Oh god.
Oh, that's so. Oh my god, that's so strong. We're wearing that. Okay, chat. Guys.
You guys are wearing a bikini on a slime chair.
No. Trust me. It improves concentration. Mm-hmm. Yes. With the active massage that occurs while you're fighting definitely improves concentration. I was wondering when the bikini was gonna show up. We finally did.
Let's go.
Sugito is feeling down.
Got improved a little bit by Kylon, but damn.
That's gonna be a problem.
See, what do they have? They have a vampire and a ninja. Might just have to.
Let the ninja trip because the werewolf is too strong.
Let's pick Magic Knight.
Shield Bearer, Shrine Maiden.
What are you gonna do now? Ice Mage. I don't know what you're trying to do.
The warrior's deck is too low now, so
Or use Swordsman.
Knight.
And Ninja. Okay.
Yep, you know exactly what we're doing. Alright, good luck, guys. Heal them as much as you can.
Fucking Ninja! Oh my god.
Kill that fucking ninja!
God damn it. Oh,
Shit, all the respawns are staggered. Stabilize, come on.
okay.
Okay, we stable.
Oh, god damn it.
Fucking ninja!
The Ninja is a fucking problem.
Oh, we barely won that.
But the Ninja is a massive problem. We have to deal with him.
Maybe we need to.
You know, we need to let the werewolf through just so that we can ban the Ninja.
Yeah, practice match.
It's not over.
Just refocus and get back out there.
The Ninja and the
Yeah, vampire is still around, so yeah. Vampire. Yeah, out here.
get rid of Ninja. We cannot let them have Ninja.
Go for shield bearer.
Fighter. And werewolf. Thought so. Okay, that's gonna be...
We're gonna have to just try our best to deal with.
a fucking werewolf jumping all around. I went with Shrine Maiden.
Priestess? Swordsman. Okay,
The swordsman can respond a little bit better to the werewolf.
and the magic knight, so good luck, guys.
Oh my god, that werewolf is fucking... Yeah, that werewolf is fucking us up. Okay, no, we have no choice. We have to ban the werewolf.
Werewolf is still fucking broken. Yeah, that didn't go well at all.
The ninja is easier to deal with than the werewolf.
Werewolf's broken.
I'm counting on you, Kagu.
You're a vampire. You're a werewolf.
Wait for ninja first pick? Alright, that's fine.
Good Shrine Maiden and Shield.
Fighter.
Lancer.
Knight and Ice Mage. We'll try Exorcist.
Warrior. Shrine Maiden.
There we go.
Good luck. First time Kaku playing Exorcist.
Exorcist is a surprisingly tanky support.
His damage is a little on the low end, but God.
Kagu keeps trying to go for the Ice Mage.
Oh, oh. Okay, okay, we're winning.
Very slowly.
We're winning. Fuck.
Come on, come back.
Come back, come back.
No, shit.
That was so close. Corrective.
I'm trying to be in the spotlight by yourself.
Damn. Let's see, what do they have?
The ninja is still there.
Oh, you have no choice but to ban werewolf and vampire.
Take the shield bearer. Fuck that ninja, seriously.
Vistas. Pyromancer and swordsman.
Let's try this loadout.
Good luck, guys.
Go. Okay, the Ice Mage waste is out.
That's partially good for us.
Damn.
You're too strong. God.
Yeah, they're too strong. God damn it.
Fuck. We're in third place.
Ugh.
We still technically advanced the World Championship, but still.
Damn it.
Bisu.
Yeah, no, we already have some.
Something way better. Bikini on a slime chair. Or extra concentration.
Kylon.
Stream.
What? What? Zero? Are you serious?
What?
$0? Oh my god, Kylon! Really? That... I've never seen someone fail
So hard before. Oh my fucking god. Strength and attack.
Just a sec, it's good.
Twilight garbage. Vertical mouse garbage. What's the schedule like?
Where is the World Championship anyway? Or more like, when is...
World Championship.
Oh, the award ceremony comes first.
Oh, okay. Kylon stream.
Don't get $0 this time.
Motherfucker. Thank you.
Please mastery a pyromancer.
Sure. Time to attend the award ceremony.
Even though we're not featured, we need to be good sports.
Sure.
Welcome back. Hello. Well, now let us begin the award ceremony for the Pro League Division 1 Season 2024. First, we have the Champion Team Award. The Pro League Division 1 champion team is Sticky Seaweeds. Congratulations! Prize money was $3,000 and Pro League Division gold amounts were awarded to the winning team. Next, we have the Runner-Up Team Award. The Pro League Division 1 runner-up is Southern Sharks. Congratulations! Prize money was $1,500 gold and Pro League Division silver amounts were awarded to the runner-up. Next, we have the Most Kills Award. The most bloodthirsty motherfucker is Sticky Seaweeds team players. Sticky Seaweeds players. Shut up! I'm having a seizure. Most assists is coming up next. The player recorded the most assists is Southern Sharks team player Gemini. Prize money was $500 gold we awarded. Next up, an introduction to the newly promoted relegated teams. Teams that have been relegated to the Pro League Division 2 are Lonely Islands and Powerful Pelicans. It's unfortunate, but we hope you'll improve so you won't be such suckers and losers next year. Now, in the award ceremony of Pro League Division 1 Season 2024. See you next season. Actually, see you during the World Championship, because that's coming up.
The World Championship has commenced. You'll proceed in a best of 5 format with 16 participating teams. The teams that made it to the World Championship are as follows. Good luck all. I couldn't see the fucking teams.
Let me see the fucking teams. Here we are.
So Pussy Slayers are here.
Okay.
What are the teams like? How strong are they?
Insanely strong.
Fuck, they're insanely strong.
Oh,
I have a feeling we're about to get eliminated in the first round.
good luck, guys. I'll try my best.
How much does it cost to
Keep these 4.
Okay, we have enough money to keep them.
Special training. Strength and attack.
Nice.
Time to go. Time to compete in the World Championship and get our asses kicked. We're probably about to be violated.
Most likely.
This is not gonna go well.
We'll try our best, but this is not gonna go well. Can I already submit?
Yeah, I submitted. Nothing useful.
Okay.
Once more into the breach. Chat. Let's go. Hope that our bikini and slime chair will help carry us to victory.
Let's go. Okay, everyone's feeling high spirits, so is the enemy though.
Fuck. Fuck. That guy is feeling in really high spirits.
You're twice our level.
Oh shit. Look, we're gonna die. And vampire.
The Baron Shield Bearer.
Fuck. Fuck. Fuck.
Okay,
Slight change of plans.
and Pyromancer.
Demand Knight.
Okay, we're taking the werewolf.
I'll take werewolf away from them.
Fighter Shrine Maiden.
Okay. Magic Knight.
Swordsman. Yeah, mostly single target.
Yeah, mostly single target, which means
Let's try Illusionist.
and Priestess.
They're all single target.
Okay.
Oh, the ninja.
Fucking ninja. The ninja's gonna be a pain.
Okay.
Good luck. Please, please.
Don't get ya.
Shit, pushed it.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Okay.
We're fighting. We're fighting.
We're somewhat fighting.
Okay.
Oh god damn it.
They fucking helped it.
Oh my god.
The priestess survived for so long.
Get back up there.
Hurry. Okay,
We're winning.
we're waiting.
Werewolf is fucking OP.
God. Werewolf is fucking broken.
I'm surprised we won that.
Yeah,
Oxy, you're healing.
you're healing. You did wonders for us. Good job, Oxy.
And good job to the rest of you as well.
You guys did amazing.
They have a monster ninja. Shit.
shit. Bad ninja. The ninja is insane.
You're going for werewolf. Fuck.
How do I deal with this?
Let's run shield bearer and
Priestess first.
you're going ice mage.
Let's try sniper. Brown monk. Swordsman.
Let's try this out.
If this works. Good luck, guys.
You're gonna have a werewolf all over you.
But the front line is very squishy.
So just
Keep shooting the werewolf.
oh god damn it.
Okay, yeah, the werewolf is insane.
We're fighting back though.
Oh, we almost turned it around. Okay.
Okay.
We can win this. We can win this.
Sign me a champion you can more proactive with.
I'll take that into account. We'll see what happens in next Iron Pick phase.
Keep your spirits up.
Keep fighting.
It's 1-to-1. Let's see, what do they have?
We have a vampire and a ninja.
Okay, you know what? We're going to let them have.
Okay, we have the ninja.
And we'll. They got rid of shield bearer, okay.
We're first picking werewolf.
Take it away from them.
Knight.
Priestess. A shrine maiden.
Oh. Magic Knight.
Fighter, okay. Do I want AoE or do I want sniper?
Give me AoE.
And
Heal.
Exorcist. Okay,
Okay, I think we can win this. I think we can win this.
I think we can beat this.
Let's go. Oh my god, cargo. Nice.
Nice layering of ults.
Oh my god, werewolf is so broken. You see what Kago is doing?
Oh my fucking god. Okay, yeah. Keep werewolf away from them.
Just keep this up. Keep this up. Keep fighting.
They're banning vampire.
Okay.
Illusionist.
Ninja.
Get rid of all of their power picks.
At least the biggest ones.
Okay, they're going for fighter, which means we can go for
Shrine Maiden and Shield Bearer.
I have a feeling they're doing the same build again.
Pyromancer. Yep, they are.
They're so doing the same build again.
Okay, lay AoEs on top of them. Go! Go! AoE them to hell.
You're squishy.
They're damaged, but they're squishy. Oh, this is close. This is close. Oh, oh.
Oh god.
Oh no!
Fuck.
Fuck, they pulled it back right at the end. Shit. Overcome it with our skill.
We know what we're supposed to do.
Let's do it. Oh,
We'll pick werewolf away from them.
unless they ban it.
Alright.
Let's pick werewolf. Get away from them.
You're going for Shrine Maiden, alright.
And knight. It's fine.
Grab Shield Bearer. Illusionist.
Priestess. Pyro.
This is a very different.
Calm. I don't know what's gonna happen.
We may or may not win this.
Good luck. Go.
You drew first blood, that's fine. Okay, come on, come on, come on.
Stabilize.
Get them.
Get him, get him, get him, get him. Okay, good job.
Good job. Your ults are very disruptive, but they used all the ults.
Get him, get him. Get him, Kagu. Good job, Kagu.
Yes!
Yes! But, ah! We barely won that.
Ah!
Came down to the wire.
Oh my god.
Ah. Good job.
Wow, 2,000 gold for winning
Winning a set.
I mean a match?
Really. Ah. Right, so
Oh yeah, a break day.
let's see.
Scheduling.
Is there anything we can improve in facility?
There wouldn't be a risk. There's this, but that is a risk.
Yeah, there's a huge risk.
No, we can't do that.
Not this week. So
We'll just
pile on.
actually no.
Cancel it.
Special training for both.
Sakito and
I think Kagu as well. I'm tempted to try to get,
the werewolf onto Kagu.
if you can get the werewolf onto Kagu, then
It'll be amazing.
do it.
Clown. No, that's not what we want.
We want the werewolf. Ghost, that's the worst one. Fuck! Alright, it's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
We don't need.
Nobody uses Berserker anyway, so we don't mind losing the Berserker for that.
Let's just go.
Yeah, fuck Ghost.
It took me 10 years to find the answer something I forgot about it in 2 seconds.
Let's go. Oh, fighting soft ships. But this is intense. I didn't think I was going to make it to the championship.
Wow, Kagu is feeling top of his game.
Okay, Kagu.
What do they have?
You have a powerful clown. You have a powerful boomerang.
Ninja. I think we can deal with the clown better than the ninja.
And the vampire, so
We have vampire.
here you have ninja.
Oh, you're in a team now. Yes.
Yeah, you're a veteran.
Pick werewolf. Make sure they do not get werewolf.
You're going Shrine Maiden. Knight.
Shield bearer.
Auto Gara.
Night fighter. So one piece this pyromancer.
Okay, their clown is going to hit like a fucking truck.
Hopefully we can
Keep her suppressed.
Kagu, I'm relying on you to go apeshit.
Good luck. Nice layering of ults.
Okay, we have a kill lead.
But they're probably going to
Come back and... Yeah, probably gonna bring it back.
go, 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 go!
Ah, fucking...
Get the healer!
Ah, god damn it.
Get the healer!
Nice.
I hate kill the healer.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's not good.
That's not good. That's not good. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Hold,
Hold, hold.
stabilize.
Come on.
Shit.
They won. Fuck.
God damn it.
Ugh. A champion should play next match.
Uh... Let's try Ghost.
I feel like this is a mistake, but let's try.
You. They got rid of.
Werewolf, okay, that's good for us.
And Clown. You're banning their own picks.
It's unusual.
Rid of their.
Ninja.
They went for Shrine Maiden first. Okay.
Go for Shield Bearer and Priestess.
Fighter.
Let's try out Ghost.
Knight.
Swordsman.
Okay, they're all frontliners.
Pyro. Kagu, I've never seen your Ghost before. Good luck. Okay.
Okay, we're trading.
Fuck.
Ah, damn it.
The shrine made it all. Come on. Come on.
Ah!
God damn it.
Ah!
We're losing. Fuck. Yeah, pass.
Ah!
Keep it up. Yeah.
Keep fighting.
But
We're clearly outmatched.
still, their stats are so high.
Yeah, give it a vampire.
Yeah, ninja. Take werewolf away from them.
Because this champion is broken. Going for Shrine Maiden again.
Shield bearer.
Illusionist. If they're running Illusionist, we need AoE.
Pyromancer. Keep trying. But
We're losing.
but keep trying. Keep fighting, guys. They're very elite, but
They're probably going to use their ults at the end.
okay, if Cargo can,
It's free to kill their backline, then
then
we might win this.
come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, okay, we got this.
We got one on the board.
One on the board. We're still on the ropes, but we got one on the board. Good job. Good job, Oxy.
Your healing was amazing.
Let's go.
Loco.
That's a real player.
What are they banning?
Nice smooch.
Take Vampire.
Tarantula.
We cannot afford to let them have Werewolf.
We're going Shrine Maiden. Priestess and Shield Bearer.
Fighter again. I think they're still.
I think they're making the same build. Yeah, they are. The exact same build.
Question is, what do I give to
Kaku
Magic Knight?
or Swordsman.
Swordsman.
Kaku Swordsman is surprisingly strong. Oh, go.
Good luck.
Oh god damn it! Kaku, you missed your ult! Oh, Kaku's going for the healer.
Oh, they're all using your ults.
Okay, stabilize. Stabilize, come on.
Come on, stabilize.
Get back out there. Come on. Go.
No!
We lost.
Damn it.
Oh.
We try.
Event matches about.
5 matches, winner takes all.
Oh,
Damage pace increase
can I use champions?
in assassin category. Assassin ban, please.
Fuck assassins! We got eliminated from
The
the championship.
oh well. At least we made it to the World Championship. We got to compete.
Ah, that was fun. Where
We just need to improve our team a little bit.
and we can maybe win next year.
Okay, we'll keep trying, chat.
Keep trying.
Yes, we can afford a weekly activity.
Do it. Special training.
Kagu,
Goals.
get rid of that shit.
That's not what we wanted.
Special training.
Kagu.
Ninja.
Again. Go.
Nice.
Okay, we got the champion we wanted.
No.
No, train. Increase well mastery. Alright. Okay.
Let's go and do some
It's
an exhibition match, shall we?
will be
We'll be performing an exhibition match to
entertain the audience before the
main event.
we made it to the finals.
I mean, not the finals, but the World Championship, which is
More than I dreamed possible with our current team. But I'm quite proud of you guys. You guys did very, very well.
really.
You think the rank 7 Pro League Division 1 team can go up against a championship contender? Really?
Oh, a lot of people are about to be disappointed. Let's see here. Who are your favorites?
Let's get rid of Sniper.
And Shadowmancer.
Those things are annoying to deal with.
We'll grab Shield Bearer. They went for Shrine Maiden.
That's fine, let them have it.
I'll go for
Carol. Right, that's fine. Good Priestess and Magic Knight. Everyone's perfect.
go.
Kill them. Uh-huh. Oh, come on. Heals everyone.
Oh,
Oh, god damn it.
still the ult, goddammit.
Hagu.
You and your desire to dive the fucking healer.
You're crazy, Kagu. Oh, come on. Heal. Good job. Kylon, would you stream first place?
Get us some monies.
Fail! Well, someone's gonna get some time in the Sodomy room. Kylon. There's the rules.
If you fail, you get
Punished. Meanwhile, Kagu's gonna train. And Sekito.
Oxy.
Sekito, you're gonna train.
Your
And some mastery. Punishment. Yep. And don't worry. Everyone who fails me gets punished.
after all.
I reward you guys with bikini, armor, and slime chairs
That's what you're wearing when you.
when you guys play on the stage. Bikini, sitting on a slime chair.
And the safety headset, of course.
Gotta make sure you guys
To protect your head now.
safety first and all that. And don't worry, I make sure that the slime chairs give you some really nice massage while you guys are flying. Good to help you relax. But I gotta put away the sodomy punishment though because
We're here to attend the World Championship Award. First, we have the champion team. The World Championship champion team is Solid Swallows. Congratulations! First time world champs. Prize money will 15,000 gold and ultimate mouse will be awarded to the winning team. Next we have the runner-up award. The World Championship runner-up is the Pussy Slayer 69. Congratulations! Prize money worth 8,000 and the ultimate mouse will be awarded to the runner-up as well. Congratulations! Wow! This is the first time in the last 4 years that the former champion and runner-up have been unseated. So exciting. The player who got the most kills is 69 Bullseye Slayer 69 Team's Mad Life. That's a real player. Prize money worth 2,000 gold will be awarded. Next we have the Most Assists Award. The player who has recorded the most assists is Bullseye Slayer's Team Railway. Prize money worth 2,000 gold will be awarded. Congratulations, good man. We are now in the award ceremony of the World Championship Season 2024. See you next year. Good night, folks.
Oh wait, we still have more event matches?
How long did the event matches go on for?
The event matches go on for the entirety of the whole holiday?
Really? Huh.
That's strange.
Okay.
We'll keep going until
E.
season is over and then we'll call it a stream.
Check. Let's see.
Anything I need to do?
Nope. Everyone has their bikini uniform and slime chairs. Hehehe.
I'm not hungry.
Hungry again? Didn't you have naan and butter chicken just now?
Wow, Kagu is feeling amped up.
Everyone's feeling amped up. And you.
And like 40 seasons already. It's only been 4 actually.
Because we started in year 2020.
Right. What do we want to remove from them?
Let's give it a sniper.
And Shadowmancer.
It's shield bearer.
This is a pretty tough team, so we need to be careful. We're going Shrine Maiden and Illusionist.
So, we're going Pyromancer.
Knight.
Priestess and Swordsman.
Yeah, this is actually a team that
We theoretically compete in the World Championship, so we need to
fight our best here. Right, everyone's ready?
go.
That was a wasted all.
Kago.
Oh, okay.
Well, Kago managed to bait out the
Fighter all. What's going on?
Oh, we lost.
That's fine.
Like I said,
Strange Seals is actually a team that can compete on the World Championship. The stats are really high.
so no shame losing to them.
We fought them multiple times.
And they've always given us a run for our money.
Nice match, either way.
Nice try. Carved. Go. Road Rabbits.
Ranked 8 in Pro Division 1.
Oh, Sakito and Oxy are feeling amped up.
Yeah, the stats are a little bit lower. The stats are not high enough to compete in the
World Championship. We should be able to beat them. Blitzchung!
Oh shit!
We're fighting Blitzchung. Hmm.
Rid of Shadowmancer.
Divine Swordsman. And Illusionist.
Try and meet him again.
Priestess. Shield Bearer.
Knight.
Fighter.
What kind of comp you're going for? Knight and Berserker. Pretty well-rounded team.
We'll do Pyro. Alright, let's go. Go and me some money.
Do you really need to lay out all your ults like that?
That was pretty bad. Oh, run away! Run away, Oxy!
Oh wow.
Oxy survived. Man. Watching Kaku go straight for the healer is always scary. He just runs straight for her and then throws her to the ground and rips her clothes off. Kaku is so forceful. And then he goes for the healer.
And we win.
Any results?
Thank you.
Makia is
Skills are degenerating.
again, sadly.
The kiss of death.
So nothing I can afford.
Yeah, we'll leave it as this for now.
I'll just go straight into next year.
Wait, how many? Oh wait, shit, we have 2 more.
Event matches.
Maybe that's why they give me event matches.
Because it's
a very, very good sort of
skill improvement at the end of the year.
getting so many skill points from.
Taking part in the event matches.
Macca tipped $5. Kisses and hugs for the QT less than 3.
Oh, Maka, Maka. Thank you so much for the $5 tip.
Hiding Maka. Actually, after stream, I need to get onto VRChat to
Take some pictures.
I'm not sure if anyone in particular is gonna be on.
Oh, fighting Meteors and XPK. Oh shit! Meteors and XPK.
Let's go!
We got good music as well.
A band Shrine Maiden.
Here's Sniper.
Oh, we have Archer as well.
And Shadowmancer.
Went for Knight.
Alright, we're going to pick
A Pyromancer and
Shield Bearer.
went for Illusionist.
Alright. Let's get us Priestess.
Right, they're going all melee.
So, Swordsman. Let's go. Time to fight Meteors and XPK.
Two League of Legends pros. Oh my god.
Why? Why?
Why is the Knight diving my healer?
Cargo?
Do you seriously use your ult on a single target?
Everyone tonight? Alright.
Yeah, I just need some help taking.
Some photos. Posing for something. Nice. We killed them.
Powerful Pelicans is a team from Division 2 after all.
So they're very, very weak. Okay. I don't understand what reducing crafting costs means.
We won't be able to get to the.
Let sponsorship slot in time.
Which is unfortunate. If we could get that, then it'll be really, really powerful.
We might still be able to get it, but we'll see what happens. Let's go.
The bot can't you like?
Oh, okay. What?
Come on, do you mean you got more cat picks?
I was appreciate more cat pics.
Ah, fighting strange seals. These guys again, huh?
Go.
Your mood is really, really low.
Jaedong. Jaedong is here.
Okay, so
Yeah, championship teams are they dangerous?
but their mood is really, really low.
We might be able to win this.
Let's get rid of Shadowmancer.
And Illusionist.
First pick.
Shield Bearer.
Going for Shrine Maiden, that's fine.
Weapon Rabbit.
Magic Knight, huh?
Priestess.
Are you gonna go for next?
Monk.
Seems melee heavy.
In which case, we'll go Pyromancer and Sword Swing.
Yep.
Melee heavy. Okay, we have
Defense Shredder
going with Haley.
and healing.
I think we should be able to win this. Let's go. Oh, I go altered just the healer, really?
You fucking goddamn it, Kagu. You're supposed to hit multiple people with the alt,
Not.
just the healer.
I know you have a hate boner for healers who stay at the back line and stay alive for too long, but still. Good job.
Easy win.
Easy. Noob. You call yourself the 5th ranked team?
What are you doing, your players? Your players are technically strong enough to participate in the...
In the World Championship, and yet you die just like that? Noobs.
Noobs.
Noobs uninstall. Thailand go and some money. Shake your cute ass on stream.
Thank you, Kyla.
Next up,
Kagu.
and up.
Wait, no! Fuck! Fuck, no! No, fuck! That was the wrong button! Fuck! No! Fuck! Fuck! God damn it! Ah!
Saves come.
I can't save scum.
Uh,
Champions have been added in today's patch.
what did we get?
Ghost buff, Beastess buff,
Barrier Mage buff.
Vampire and Werewolf nerf.
Okay, that makes sense.
These guys were broken as fuck. We knew Kylo, we knew Sakito, we know Oxy, we knew
Kaku.
release Numi and Makias.
Sorry guys, but kind of want to keep you around.
And we are in
And you.
a new year. Fuck.
God damn it.
Fuck.
Fuck.
Okay, you know what?
You know fucking what?
What are the new heroes? What are they?
Delp later.
May they swiftly roam the battlefield using
Link skills, PFI silver.
become effective when they're not enough allies soon. Charges and attacks enemy that's not able to move and levitates.
You know, off the ground.
So this requires a stun. Ah, that requires a stun, but we don't have any.
Stunts. Yeah, we don't have any stunts. That is unfortunate.
This requires comboing with another.
Character. Dark Mage.
Wait, that's a support?
Neutralizes any positive enemy champions.
I think any chance of receiving positive effects from allies.
Oh!
Random enemy stat for a certain period of time.
Hmm.
Interesting. Don't think I'll use them though.
Oh. Seems pretty weak.
What have I done?
I
I accidentally cleared
a really powerful
champion and all the Tane levels off of.
Kagu.
Try to
Try to get it back.
oh god damn it!
Kagu!
Get the werewolf back.
I'm sorry I accidentally cleared the werewolf from you.
God fucking damn it! Ah!
Fuck!
God damn it! Fuck!
Fuck! Done goofed, yeah, I goofed. Fuck!
Recruit stars. Let's get that.
Yeah.
Well, we'll progress a little bit until we can get the
Skill back on Kagu.
Kagu.
Kagu!
God damn it!
Kagu!
Get the fucking
Werewolf!
thank you.
Ah!
God damn it.
I wasted so much money and so much time.
Fixing this problem.
Ah!
Fuck.
Fuck, oh.
Oh well, serves me right for
Playing this game when I'm hungry.
and
Getting ready to go eat some food.
do stuff.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Oh. Enough of the...
Guilty Gear music. Let's turn on some.
nice chill music.
Fucking hell.
God damn it. Oh well. Good night everyone.
Thanks for being here. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream.
Remember to hit that like and subscribe button.
And click the bell if you haven't already. Gotta feed the YouTube algorithm now.
Hope you enjoyed all the sodomy that happened
Because we lost a lot. There was a lot of failures.
during the stream, but oh well. Hope you guys had I enjoyed watching us.
I actually really love the fact that
Our clothes are 80 headset,
golden mouse
slime chain bikini. Exactly the kind of outfit I would like to you guys to wear.
don't worry guys, trust me.
It definitely helps. Definitely improves your fighting capabilities.
Helps relax you as well.
And will de-stress you after bad matches.
Enjoy your food. You too, Panzer.
Night night.
You suck at MOBA.
I used to be good at MOBA actually.
But I rage too hard.
I hate randoms. Fuck randoms.
Didn't want to deal with them. Yeah, thank you so much for being here.
I love each and every one of you.
Gonna go and
Pop off and eat food and
take some
pictures with
friends for video.
it's nothing too fancy, just something I wanted to do.
Alright, let's do our usual stream stuff. Thank you so much to
Maka for the $5 tip, thank you.
thank you so much for being amazing big tippers.
In addition to Maka, thank you to Lucky, Club, Startgov, and Oxy as well.
You guys are amazing. And next up, thank you so much to Leah, Maka, Sakito, Kyla, and Lucky for being my amazing patrons.
I will post more on my Patreon.
When I hopefully do a proper photo shoot for it.
This week.
I will try to do a photo shoot for it this week. What I'm doing today is not going to go into Patreon. What I'm doing today,
Actually, it might.
now that I think about it, actually might. I have an idea. I'll ask around, see if they
I'm interested in it.
okay.
But regardless, good night everyone. Love you all. Sweet dreams.
I'll see you guys
Possibly tomorrow.
possibly Monday. I'll let you guys know on my Discord as usual.
Check the links below for
Well, check the description below for all my socials and
yes. Good night.
lots of things I need to do.
Lots of things. My work night isn't done yet.
Oh boy.
So much things I gotta do, but oh well. I did it for you guys.